transformation. Here at
to marketing and business development. This time, however, we are addressing a subject that's outside the realm of our usual discussion. And this is the result of the stark realization that today's workplaces are completely different from anything we have seen before. Digitization is everywhere. Not only are there new kinds of jobs, but existing roles are being redefined. There is a new definition for business success based on your ability to compete in the current digital landscape. So how do you, as an SME, keep pace with this constantly evolving market? That's the question we hope to answer by the end of today's program. Joining us today are subject specialists who will highlight the fundamental aspects of digital transformation and then further provide baseline guidance on the way moving forward. These experts will also debate the impact of evolving technology on our business and how you can take bite-sized solutions to create a change. Because digital transformation is a result of the right mindset and not just the right technologies. So I hope that you take note of these sessions and walk away with a clearer idea of how to transition your business to a digitally driven model. More importantly, I would also like to encourage all SMEs here today to connect and network with their peers as well as with the thought leaders in the room. These events, above anything else, are platforms for knowledge and exchange and collaboration. At MBAD, we fully understand that SMEs need the right ecosystem to reap the immense benefits of digitization, and today is a step forward in that direction. Thank you, and I hope you have a productive day ahead.
Now we're going to set the scene for the day. Coming up next is someone who will connect the dots on why we have chosen the speakers we have today and why this conversation is important for your business. Rushika Bhatia, editor of SME Advisor.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Digital Transformation 2017. Now, I'm sure you've probably noticed that we don't have an MC today, and some of you probably made the connection. Digital transformation, digital MC, but there's a slightly bigger reason behind why we're doing that, which is we're trying to be super efficient with your time today. Today is all about you, so we've decided to cut the middleman and give you what you've come here for, which is the speakers. In the same spirit of keeping things simple, we've planned today in a way to answer three main questions, which are why, what, and where. So let's get to the first one, why. Why are we having this conversation today? Why is digital transformation important? And it's because digital transformation as a concept is not just about the big guys. It's not limited to a small elite group of businesses. You know what? In fact, I'm going to go a step further and say it's not even limited to just businesses. It could be a 14-year-old student sitting on a mobile app comparing his term paper results with his friends. It could be you tracking your mom's health sitting far away from her. It could be a government organization collaborating with other countries on a data sharing program to solve a problem. You get the idea. digitization is everywhere. For those of you who are looking slightly unconvinced still, I also have a few numbers to support this. So let's take a look. IMD and Cisco reported that 70% of businesses believe that digital is going to impact them in the next 3 years. Another one. Industry experts have predicted that out of the top 10 businesses in retail, manufacturing, and finance, only 6 will remain in the next 3 years. The last one, World Economic Forum has reported that out of Fortune 500 companies that have a digital transformation strategy, have seen 8% more in operating income. So we get the point. Digital transformation is important. Which brings me to my next question. What? What is digital transformation? Now, based on my interaction with speakers, partners, experts over the last couple of weeks, I've come up with a definition of my own. So here it is. Digital transformation is the ability to empower your employees, your customers, and your suppliers to do things more efficiently than ever before. Now, do you notice something? I'm being a bit cheeky here. I haven't mentioned technology in my definition. And it's not because technology is not part of digital transformation. It is a huge part of digital transformation. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not just about technology. Digital transformation is about the people who surround this technology and how they use it to make an impact. And that brings me to the third question, where? Where do you start? Again, simple answer, here and now. Our speaker lineup for today has been planned in a way so that they can actually walk you through the process of digital transformation. And here are a few highlights. But I think I should add that this is not all we have today. We're going to talk about data, we're going to talk about talent, we're talking about security. We have NBAT talking about working capital and how that plays a role in digital transformation. So we have a brilliant day planned ahead for you. And I hope you enjoy. But before I leave stage, there's one more thing I'd like to talk about. Because no digital conversation is complete without addressing the buzzword, innovation. There's no better example of innovation than the Hyperloop in Dubai, right? The pace at which we're seeing innovation in Dubai is just incredible. We've seen Souk, we've seen Kareem. It's just fantastic. I have a diagram that I'd like to share with you of the speed of innovation in all across the world. So you can see a lot of big names there. You're probably thinking, what does this have to do with me? How does innovation fit into digital transformation? Again, I came up with my own definition. So here it is. Innovation is the ability to react to change. But digital transformation is when your business starts anticipating change. So how do you reach to that point? Well, a smart person once said, it's by empowering your employees, your customers, and your suppliers to do things more efficiently than ever before. And I'm going to leave you with that thought. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is going to debunk the myth that digital transformation is about technology alone and give us the right start to understanding what it really means. Helen Rankin, founder, Barn.ae.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. I'll try not to shout. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. We're only 10 minutes in, and already you've had 2 great speakers talk to you about people and not technology. So you're probably going to anticipate what I'm going to be talking about next. So my name is Helen Rankin. If you can't see this presentation, it's already been uploaded to SlideShare, so you can actually follow along on your phone if you prefer. Why is everybody talking about digital transformation? That's the first question. It's been around for 50 years. I've been involved in digital for about 20 years now. I actually started here in the Middle East. I relaunched the Microsoft Middle East website, and we'll come on to that later. But the real question is, if we've had digital transformation for the past 50 years, why is suddenly everybody talking about it in 2017? And why should I care? And the way that I describe it is it's a bit like Cinderella. So everybody's looking for her. Nobody really knows what she looks like. And I'm not really sure anyone's going to know what to do with her when they find her. So let's answer the question, what is digital transformation? Transformation is obviously change, therefore it's a process. And the way that I describe it is the effect of adapting your business to thrive in a digital economy. Now, we've already had Rashika tell us that it's very difficult to define, and if you Google it, you'll really struggle to find a clear definition for it. The reason why I discuss it as an adaptation is because you're moving and constantly moving. A digital economy is not about technology. It's about how we use technology and how that's changing our social environment. So if you think about Netflix, for example, there used to be a time where you would write a TV series, it would have to be 26 episodes, and you would have to pace the storyline. Unfortunately now, we decide when we want to watch it, and your customers are doing the same thing. They're telling you what they want from you. They're telling you the products that you should be creating and the services that you should be delivering. In the example of Netflix, what's happened is they've had to write a TV series in one go and release it in one go. So if you think about House of Cards. Also, they're applying a higher budget than ever before, so they're using cinematic budgets. So what is this? Why are you telling me this? Why is this digital transformation? Well, what's happened is that because we've changed the way that we consume or we watch TV and videos and films, the script writers have had to change the way that they work. And everything that they've learned about how to write a script has changed. So you've got scriptwriter A, been very successful in the business for 20 years, suddenly is losing out to Becky, who's never written a screenplay in her life. She's probably Googled how to write a screenplay. And it's not because she's used any new technology. It's because she's writing the scripts in the formats that people today want to view that. And that's a really direct example of how the way that people are using digital services, digital products, is affecting a business without actually forcing you to change your technology. This is quite long-winded, but one of the things that we talk about is jargon-free transformation. So why is it most relevant to my business now? After all this time, why is everybody talking about it now? And it's because we're hyper-connected, and it's because it's a megatrend. So in terms of jargon-free, it's basically a lot of people doing a lot of stuff online a lot of the time, and it's become habitual. And that's changing at a more rapid rate, the more comfortable we become with it, and the more easily that we find it to adopt. The megatrend means that we're more connected, and it's forcing us to change more rapidly, and I'm going to come to this in the next part of the presentation. If you think about the demonstrations that happened recently, the anti-Trump rallies, you can see how quickly it was and how easy it was for people of like minds to come together and to mobilize. Now imagine that, but it's about your business, it's about your products, it's about your services. Everybody's talking about what you're doing, and more importantly, they're talking about what you should be doing. You're all SME leaders, you're all very influential people. You have a direct impact into where your business is going. The purpose of digital transformation is not to sell you something, it's so that you can continue to do the services that you provide now, to keep your customers happy, and to make sure that your business continues to survive and thrive. Because what's happening now is if you look at Airbnb, if you look at Uber, they've come in because they had a great idea and how to service people in the way that they wanted. Doesn't mean that they know anything about taxis or transport or customer service or hotel accommodation or hospitality. No, that's what you do. That's what you do very well. So digital transformation isn't about telling you that you're doing something wrong. It's about showing you ways in which that you can be open to the idea of continuing to keep your customers happy in the way that they want to receive your products and services. The way that you do that is you commit to the unknown. And this is the whole point of digital transformation. It's in a constant state of flux. It's in a constant state of change. Now, if you think about a process, how long does it take to change a process? Well, it's probably going to take longer than it is if you've got a group of people, a team of people that love your product, know your customers, have seen what's happening. You've got frontline staff. They can tell you immediately where the change needs to happen. And when you get groups of people together, you can change more quickly, and you can also experiment. So let's talk about being comfortable with risk, because this is not normally the way that we're built. We're not all dot-coms, we're not all entrepreneurs, we don't all have a swing in our office and a slide. Most of us have management systems, we have hierarchy, and we have ways of getting business done. And we've always done it this way. And now suddenly I'm coming along and telling you, forget all that, be more relaxed, be more comfortable with risk, and you'll be able to adapt to change more quickly. So I'm going to move away from technology, I'm going to move away from business, and I'm going to talk about rock climbing. This is called the Nose. It's in Yosemite National Park in the US. And a long time ago, not that long really, in the 60s and 70s, this was a haven for climbers. This route here that you see now, at the time, the most competent climbers thought it was impossible. In fact, they didn't even think it impossible. They never even thought about it. They just completely discounted it. It's 3,000 feet. It's almost as high as the Burj Khalifa. So this impossible climb was always just completely ignored as something wasn't even worth considering. And then one day, it was climbed. And I'd really like you to just take a moment to think about how it went from being impossible to being possible, and why. Now, most of you will be thinking probably technology, that's really a good one, or equipment in the case of climbers. Maybe it was just some people decided they want to do it. Maybe it was just about conditions. Well, it's a rock face, so it's obviously an optional condition. It's not as though it's a business environment. Well, the first thing was the attitude. Now, when it was first climbed, it took 18 months, and it actually took 47 days. And they had a series of rigs and pulleys, very, very complicated engineering. And they would go up, climb a little bit further, come back down. They even had roast turkey up there one day. So that took 18 months. And the reason why the climb was made in the first place was because of rivalry. So there were two key climbers at the time, Warren Harding and Royal Robbins, and they had different approaches. One was very laissez-faire, very cavalier, and he just was there to enjoy the climb. And Royal Robbins was more about the technical. He said there was a beauty to it, and you had to do it in a specific way. So you had two very distinct mindsets, very different, very polarized, doing the same thing. And this caused friction. And Royal Robbins made a very successful climb, and this ticked off Warren Harding. And the only option that he had was to find the most impossible climb and make it. And it was the Nose, and he did it. Now, this obviously sparked something in his rival, who then went out and climbed it in 7 days. So we've gone from 18 months to 7 days in just a couple of years. So that's the other thing, is that rivalry, healthy competition, is good for innovation. It's good for driving business forward. It's good for driving you forward. And it always keeps you on your toes. For me, this is the most interesting part, though. And when you look at the years, this might not be clear at the back. So in the beginning, we've got a couple of years here between Warren and Royal. You've just got 2 years. And they climbed it quite differently. Warren liked to have lots of equipment. He liked to bolt into the wall, whereas Royal liked free climbing, which is where you just climb up with just a rope for safety. So they had 2 different styles as well. And you can see there's only 2 years different there. But what happened next? Well, we went from 18 months to climbing it in 2 hours. And can you imagine somebody climbing up the Burj Khalifa in 2 hours? How is that possible? Take a look at the years. You've got 1970s, you've got the 1990s, and then you've got 2012. This is not technology. This is a generation change. This is a mindset. And Yusuf's already mentioned that today. It's about a mindset. What you've got here is the next generation came along. And they looked at what the generation before had done. And they went, yeah. And we can build on that. It was never about proving the previous generation wrong. It was about taking what they'd started and making it better and building on it. So we went from different types of climbing. We then had a free climb that was done in 1 day. Then Lynn Hill was actually the first person to climb it in under a day. And she did that with no ropes. So I'm not suggesting that that's how far you need to take your business in terms of how comfortable you are with risk. And then Alex Honnold actually just decided to run up it. And he does this, he's been up it quite a few times now, and you see pictures. It's just a guy, casual shorts and a shirt, and it's almost as if he's going to the shop for a pint of milk and a loaf of bread. So the generation gap is a really important part of why we're talking about digital transformation now. Now, normally what would happen is you'd start a business, and then maybe you'd hand it off to the next generation 15 years later, who would then evolve to whatever the environment needed at that time. But as I mentioned in the beginning, we're more connected than ever before. And what happens is when you get people together that are all thinking the same things, you have conversation, you have friction, and that forces change to happen at a more rapid rate. So the change that you're seeing now, instead of it happening from generation to generation, is actually only a couple of years apart. Now we talk about millennials, we talk about silver surfers, we have all these very unpleasant names for different groups of people. But when we talk about millennials, it's not just a generation that was born, it's actually a mindset of how you use technology as well. So now change isn't limited to just layers on tops of layers. We actually change and evolve as well. And that's forcing this rapid change, and that's why everybody is talking about digital transformation this year. That's why it's become so pressing. So let's talk about technology. You can see that as the time to climb the mountain became less, the equipment they used also became less. So again, this isn't about technology, this is about attitude. It's about figuring out what you want and where you're going. So we've climbed the mountain, now what? What's the next generation going to do? How can you go any faster than 2 hours? Imagine climbing the Burj Khalifa in 2 hours. So what did they do next? What did the next generation do? They decided to jump off it. So apparently climbing a mountain isn't enough now, you've got to base jump off the top of it. And this is also relevant to your business. This is a collaboration. Where can your business go? How can you move this forward? Are there collaborations outside of your industry that you're not considering that would actually move your business forward? And that's what digital transformation is all about. It's about growth. It's about being able to continue to compete. It's about thriving. It's not just surviving. It's not playing catch up. It's how do you continue to lead in the market the way that you always have done. I mentioned in the beginning that I got involved in digital and IT about 20 years ago. I was working here at Microsoft, and at the time there were 2 of us, just to put things into context. So my job was to stay at home, stay in the office, and actually transform the website. And his job was to go out telling people what the internet was. Not what it could do for you, but what it was. And he had the best title in the world. He was Internet Evangelist. That's when we had really exciting names for our jobs back then. The important thing is that we were told to just move TechNet, just move the developer database online. My development team was in Cairo, my talent team was in Seattle, and we were all interconnected. And we didn't think anything of it. We just thought everybody did business this way. You know, we thought we were being quite radical in that most people just wanted us to upload information, but we actually wanted to do much more, and it would eventually be called Web 2.0. What's interesting here is that I got the job because I was the least qualified person in the room. The mandate came down from HQ, we have to transform the website. Nobody wanted it, so what happens? It goes to the least qualified person in the room, and I was 19, 20. But actually what happened was it went to the most relevant person in the room, because I didn't think it was anything different. And this is the most important thing. So you have a generation of millennials, you have a generation of interns, and what happens with an intern? Well, the first thing you do is you tell them how you've always done it. You tell them what you would do. But how interesting would it be if when you invite new people, when you invite young people into your organization, you ask them, what would you do? And I think this is a really important step. Because after millennials, you're going to get the Mars generation. Now, I know millennials get a really hard time, but actually, they graduated at the time of the economic crisis. They're more educated than any other generation. They are getting paid about 36% less than any other generation. So they're more educated, but they're getting paid more. They're more in debt because they took out all the education loans. They can't afford to buy houses, which is okay, because they prefer to buy experiences and share things. And these people are going to be your managers in your workforce. So when the millennials become the managers, what's going to happen to the worker bees? Well, they're going to be the Mars generation. Now, this is the first generation of individuals who were born not after the internet, but after Google. This generation is being taught code from the age of 4 in their classrooms in the way that we were taught maths and the alphabet. This generation doesn't understand impossible. They're born at a time when we're sending people to Mars. So the millennials, they understand what hard times look like, and they've pulled themselves out of it. Here, you have a generation that are excited, they're young, and they are so immersed in technology. Imagine taking that mindset and giving them AI. Imagine giving them blockchain. Imagine giving them all this new technology and going, what would you do with it? That's where you should be going with organizations. So this is a framework for digital transformation. By now, hopefully you've realized that digital transformation isn't about technology. Yes, you might apply technology, and we've got some great speakers that are going to talk to you about their technological solutions, and that's fantastic. But what you need to sort out first is your attitude. You are leaders. And in a recent survey, most people have said that they want a digitally competent, digital savvy leader that's leading their organization. So let's look at this framework for digital transformation. We've made it really, really simple. So by now you should realize that digital transformation is not technology-led. It's actually led by an attitude first, and that attitude comes from you. It has to come from the leadership. You have to lead this. And the way that you do that is with a clear digital strategy and a timely roadmap. Now, a lot of people use waterfall project management. We use Scrum. And on Scrum, you set your projects that are no longer than 1 month. So if you're doing a 5-year business plan, that's really not going to work for digital transformation. You need to set yourself goals for the next 3 months, the next 9 months. So you have to have this short-term and long-term thinking at the same time. And when we talk about a digital strategy, it's not about what technology you're going to introduce. It's about what's going around. How are your customers using technology? Is there an opportunity for you to step in there and do things either differently or new or in a way that they want? The second thing then is this commitment to risk. So digital transformation is not a magic wand. You have to become comfortable with risk. You have to learn to adapt. You have to be able to respond quickly. And that comes from an organizational culture. And again, that's something that you will directly influence because they're looking to you for support. Now, imagine that we've just asked your entire organization to change the way that they think. It's not going to be particularly comfortable. In fact, there's a behavioral psychologist that teaches 3 tiny habits. And I'll ask each of you to do this. I'm not even going to ask you to do 3 tiny habits. Over the next 7 days, I would like each and every one of you in this room to do 1 tiny habit, something that you haven't done before. Maybe when you switch the shower on, you do 3 press-ups. Maybe when you brush your teeth, you look in the mirror and go, hey, this is going to be the best day of your life. It has to be tiny, a tiny habit. If you can keep that up for 7 days, great. Go ahead and ask your staff to change. But if you can't keep it up for 7 days, and remember, I've only asked you to change 1 small part of your day, the point here is don't ask anything of your staff that you can't do yourself. What they need from you is support while you create this new environment for them, because they're going to feel uncomfortable. They're going to be outside of their comfort zone. And you need to lead this change. You need to reassure them that everything's going to be okay, and they just keep going. And that gives them the freedom to innovate. And it's all about personal ownership. This isn't about companies telling you what to do. This is about individuals being given the opportunity to really shine and take responsibility for themselves. And the third thing is digital transformation does not happen in isolation. It's not a solitary event. You need cross-pollination and you need integration. Instead of employing one technology across all departments, look at the best technology for that particular service or that particular department and get the people to work together and collaborate. Technology doesn't create collaboration. People using the technology does. So this is a really straightforward framework that will allow you to move your business forward. But as I said, it starts with you and it starts with leadership. Digital transformation is therefore a process, not a tool. And technology is a tool, not a strategy. That's the most important difference that I need you to focus on. Therefore, the strategy becomes investing in people. There are a number of different personality tests. We use Hogan assessments. And what it does is allows individuals within your organizations to understand their personality. And it talks about getting along, getting ahead, and finding meaning. So how do I work? Which environments do I thrive in? Who do I work best with? And those collaborations. And it's all about understanding about who you are as an individual. Because once you understand who you are, you can then create leadership. You can then create strong teams. And it's these strong teams that create your strong organization that allows you to withstand absolutely anything that comes your way. Because remember, you don't know what's coming. There are things that could happen in your industry and happen quickly that you couldn't have predicted. So having people ready to respond is the best way forward. We have what's called the 10% rule, and I really recommend that you experiment with this figure. It rarely goes below 10%. For some companies that we work with, it can be up to 40 or 50%, but 10% is a good starting point. I'd like you to go back and I'd like you to look at your accounts and look at how much you've spent on IT, technology, digital, maybe implementing new management practices, perhaps it's a new process. Whatever that figure is, take 10% of that budget and allocate it to investing in your people. And you will see the improvements in your organization almost immediately. It's a bit like putting me in a Formula One car. Lewis Hamilton is always going to get a different result than I am. So if you're investing in technology, at least invest in the people that are going to be using that technology and give them a chance to use it to the best of their ability. This is the last slide of the presentation before I take a few questions. You're going to get a lot of information today. We have a jam-packed schedule. You've got a lot of speakers talking about talent, talking about technology, talking about all different types of things. And as leaders, what are you going to do with that information? So this is a really useful tool. This works on large-scale and small-scale projects. I'd like you to take a piece of paper and just create 4 columns. And at the top of each column, write these titles. Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. Now, the first thing you need to do is think about where you're going. Why did you come here today? Why did you want to learn about digital transformation? Is there something happening in your business? Are you noticing new competition? Are you noticing customers are dropping off? Are you wanting to break into new markets? Maybe you're wanting to break into global markets. Whatever it is, start at the end. Figure out where you're going and set yourself a 3, 6, or 9-month plan. Then go back to the beginning. You should be able to finish today, start where you are. So what do you already have? Maybe you already have 1 location, but you want 2. Maybe you've already got talented staff, but you need more. So write what you already have. Then, over the next few hours, you're going to start to hear talkers from all sorts of backgrounds. And they're going to prompt you to think and see that actually you have a lot more going for you than you realized. Maybe you've already got a particular type of technology that allows you to do something. Maybe you've already got somebody in your organization that with a bit of encouragement could actually move into a new area. So over the rest of the day, start to fill in column 2 and 3. Use what you have and do what you can. By the end of the day, you'll have a very clear action plan, your roadmap for the next 3 months. And it gives you a really easy way to actually bring all the information that you're going to receive today and put it into one spot for you to actually use. That's the end of my slides. Does anybody have any questions about digital transformation or how to grow your business or how to move forward?
Thank you, Helen. So, quick housekeeping rules. Sorry, I'm just going to jump in. Since this is our first Q&A session for the day, I just want to walk you through the process we have. We've created a unique process today for the Q&A interaction. So what I want you to do is, and you probably have this information on your tables as well. A question. So, you've just heard Helen, but you might have a question for her after the break. So go ahead on the app and type in your question. We will be receiving questions throughout the day. So we're not doing Q&A on stage. We're interacting with you through the app. So download the app, add in your question, and you don't have to direct the question to a specific speaker. It could just be a random question. We will connect the question to the right expert and make sure we get back to you in the next 48 hours. So that's how it's going to work. Thank you. Thanks, Helen.
Our next speaker is going to go right for the jugular and explain how digital transformation will help you efficiently manage your working capital. Ramana Kumar, MD and Head of GTB Business and Product Management, National Bank of Abu Dhabi. Our next speaker is going to go right for the jugular and explain how digital...
Thought they just changed the next speaker. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ramana Kumar. I head the Global Transaction Banking for National Bank of Abu Dhabi. Isn't it a bit of paradox that you have a digital conference and question answers will be answered after 48 hours? It's a bit of paradox, right? Anyway, that's nothing to do against you guys. Okay, back to the session. How many of you followed Snapchat IPO? Great. If you look at the current stock valuations, the top 5 digital IT companies compared to are much larger than top 5 agricultural companies, top 5 manufacturing companies, top 5 oil and gas, top 5 any companies. Is that reality or is that perception? The reason why I'm asking you this question and why I've started with this concept is I'm not here to help you or to tell you how to make yourself valued as a Snapchat. I'm here to be part of your lives, our lives, and help you as organizations to look at how digital will transform the core part of your journey, which is the working capital. It's great to hear about Snapchat, it's great to hear about Google, it's great to hear about Facebook, but at the end of the day, we're all here, we have our organizations, we need to make profit, we need to make sustainable business, and we're all at the end of the day valued for what we deliver to our shareholders, or if you are yourself owners, what you deliver to you as an organization in terms of profit or the return on investment. So on that note, my presentation will predominantly focus around how you should look at opportunities to use digital to shape your working capital needs, or how to transform yourself to make your customers align to what you're doing so that you become sustainable business aligned to the interests of your customers. So if your customers are changing, going back to the example, if someone is valuing Snapchat at a particular dollar valuation, it's the person's or it's the people's perception. Again, back to, these are the same people who are going to value your services, you're going to value your products, you're going to value your proposition. So remember that. It may be reality, it may not be reality, but it's brought back to the perception of the people who are your customers. And if you manage their perceptions, you can still do on an Excel sheet. You can still do manually. You know, the banks still have an option of asking the customers to visit the branches and stand in line to deliver, provided that, which unfortunately is not. So let me look at it in terms of what is it that I'm going to cover as part of the scope. What are the key challenges faced by SMEs today? How many of you here are in finance or owners of a company or someone who deal with suppliers or someone who deal with end-to-end solutions? How many of you are here? Okay, great. Because it's important that I align to what your perceptions are, right? You're my customers now. I don't want to be standing here and talking something which it doesn't make any sense. So, back to the burning issues today of SMEs. What are the key burning issues today of SMEs? I'm going to say something, please say you agree or you don't agree. Are you worried about too many touch points with too many banks? And really wondering what is going to happen to get one complete account balances, what I have with my bank. I need to get 10 different account statements, sit together, document an Excel sheet and add all of them and prepare a consolidated report. Is that a burning issue today? No? Yes? Yes? Yeah. Is that a burning issue today that you as companies providing or supplying to your buyers and not getting money back quicker or even as per the credit life cycle? So previously you used to sell something and used to get back in 45 days. Now the market is pushed. You're actually getting back in 60 days. So your cash conversion cycle has been impacted. As an SME, for me, for us, sitting in as SMEs, that's the biggest challenge anywhere in the world today. Cash conversion cycle. Sitting in here, are you worried how many manual processes really kill your organization? In terms of physically paper moving from one place to another place to another place to another place, and that's inside your organization, and subsequently the same paper going from here to your suppliers, to your buyers, and people putting it in the drawer, missing your invoice. How many times has this happened as part of your lives? Oh, sorry, I forgot the invoice is in my drawer. Oh, sorry, I don't know where the paper is, where your invoice is. Some procurement department is sitting there, or someone in contracts department is sitting. I have no idea how I'm going to, when we are going to approve it. These are day-to-day issues faced by the organizations, right? And subsequently, your employee services. Again, back to your employee services. Are you still working on an Excel-based salary payments? Are you still working on a paper-based approvals of petty cash, paper-based approvals of travel and expenses? Guys, this is reality. This is where you would get a maximum transformation of digital, right? Not about clicking a button and then going from here to Las Vegas. That'll happen. That's next stage. So if I have to build a journey of digital transformation, it's about building the basics. The basics today is the ethos on which the organization stands today, and move away from the burning issues of day-to-day working capital. When you move away from the day-to-day issues of working capital, you move into a transformation. You move and look at how am I going to do bringing all my suppliers and buyers into a blockchain? How am I going to do bringing my central banks, shipping, ports, customs, all under one roof, and the click of a button, my goods move from Singapore to Dubai? That still needs the basic blocks to be put in its place. I've talked about the 4 key challenges, right? I'm going to focus on these 4 key challenges. First challenge, as I mentioned, is the multiple access point, multiple point of interface. How many of you today have point of sale machines which capture sale from your customers? Yeah? How many of you today have an online payment gateway system where your customers pay money to you? How many of you today accept cash? A lot of you. The cash sitting in tills is useless. Till the cash hits the account and you make money out of it, you make benefit out of it. The cash sitting in your drawers, in your tills, in each of these bags is as useless as a piece of paper sitting on your desk. How are you going to convert that? The next part we talked about is once you build these basics, we talk about the next level of transformation journey. That's when your suppliers, your other entities, your buyers, suppliers, all come into a hub where we can talk about the blockchains, the supply chains, the distributed ledger technologies, and so on and so forth. But all in it, as an SME, I would not jump in and start embracing a transformation without knowing what's in it for me. What am I going to achieve out of it? If today I use gadget for my salespeople on the road, isn't it not digital transformation? It is a digital transformation. I am converting pieces of paper coming out from my potential customers moved into an electronic piece, which is lethal information for me. So look at what benefits you, what return you get, and what is it, and that's where the blocks are so important to address. So let me progress on these blocks one after the other. Imagine you are an organization here, and you've got an invoice to pay. You have delivered a service to your customer, and your customer needs to pay you. Today, if you look at any organization collecting money for the payment of a service or any product to a customer, there are different ways a customer pays you the money today for your products or service. Maybe cash, maybe through card, maybe through online banking, maybe through point of sale, maybe through a kiosk. If I am the ultimate SME receiving money from these different sources, what is the benefit for me? What is the benefit for me? Today, the key issue for me is this is provided by Bank A, provided by Bank B, Bank C, Bank D, someone A, someone B. 5 million here, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 10 million. Till all of that gets combined into 50 million, I am not managing my working capital. The money is still in the air. I cannot benefit as an owner of my company or as a finance person. I cannot benefit. There is no benefit of using this money. This is where digital transformation helps you get your money back into your account real time. How does a company, on a press of a button, get my money into bank account real time is a real transformation for SMEs today. Is a real transformation for any company in a service industry or a product industry or delivering products and services to any customer today. How do you get this money? That's the critical part. How do you move it in such a way that you have one dashboard or an integrated solution where you click and you see all my money collected at each of the point of sale, transformed into the total money into my bank account. First piece of how you can use digital solutions, moving away from cash. Cash in the account, cash in transit is as useless as piece of paper. Again, I'm going to go back to the life cycle of how your supplier-buyer relationship works. How many of you still have papers flowing around from this entity to that entity in terms of invoices? Right? Today, the biggest challenge for every organization, this has nothing to do with SME or any other organization. Every organization's biggest challenge is the physical paper moving in between a buyer and a seller. And the time taken for approvals of this. Look at this. There are about 7 steps or 8 steps we're talking about in a typical process of one simple invoices to be paid between a buyer and a seller. And the life cycle takes ages for you to get your money. How does digital help you today? Digital helps you on a click of a button, sitting in your office. Invoice goes straight from your ERP system into the buyer's ERP system, or enterprise, or a solution, or a platform. Forget about platform, forget about technology. How are you doing it? On a click of a button, real time, I am sending my invoice straight into a system where my buyer can approve and go straight back into me realizing my money, realizing my working capital. So imagine, ladies and gentlemen, you used to get 5 million, as an example, after 50 days. Today you can get 5 million in 10 days. And look at your working capital, 5 million into 4 times. If it is 10 million, what is the impact? If it is 100 million, what is the impact? You're churning your capital, you're churning your revenues, you're churning your money. All digital solutions, right? How does it happen again? Back to the same problem we talked about. How do you use digital channels to make it more faster? Move away from cash. Move away from credit into the different solutions. So we talked about online cash deposit machines. We talked about online banking as a start. We talked about payment gateway systems. We talked about NFC payments. How can someone, a tourist, imagine your customers are tourists. How can a tourist walk into your shop, buy something, and using his phone, pay the money, and go? And walk away. And you realize that money into your account real time. That's the key today. Today what happens? They come in, they give you cash, you take the cash, put it in the box. End of the day, you compile all the money in the box, send it to you with your driver. The driver goes the next day into branch, files these papers, put it into branch account, and the bank debits your account after 24 hours, 48 hours. Imagine how much efficiency you're bringing back into system. And imagine how much focus you're bringing back into your employees to focus on things which they can do rather than things they need not do for the money you're paying your employees. This is digital helping the behaviors. Back to the speaker who spoke before me. This is back to habits. This is back to changing the way you're going to work in the organization. Making your employees more committed to doing things why you have hired them to do. Intellectually, improving your employees' life cycle. Simple things like paying your employees payroll. Simple things like corporate cards. Moving away from manual petty cash into corporate cards. Moving away from simple selling your solutions in the shop and collecting cash to cashless. Credit to cash today. Paper to paperless. The moment you look at these solutions, these are much more powerful to you than Airbnb, than Snapchat, because they transform your lives. They transform your customers' lives. And when we start looking at these, the basics of cash, paper, manual process are all gone. That's where you bring in efficiency into system. After you have achieved all this, what can you do? The transformation is very simple. Once you have had these electronic platforms in place, you tell your supplier, I'm going to create this ecosystem wherein I, as a buyer, you as a supplier, company A as supplier's buyer or supplier's supplier, we all come together in one ecosystem. How does that work? I'm going to show you a short video on how, this is a video from PwC, how amazing working with the same morning coffee, how people have, how the same scenario can be looked at in the new technological domain.
This is the near future. Some things have changed, but not the coffee. No, the coffee is still the same. They grow it far away from Europe. They ship it in, roast it, grind it, and press water through it until it's a tasty kickstarter for the day. But the things that are in place to provide this nice cup of coffee, well, that's a different story. This is the near future. This is his favorite place for having coffee, and working place too. He is a financial advisor. Did you see that? You just witnessed. This is the near future. Some things have changed, but not the coffee. No, the coffee is still the same. They grow it far away from Europe. They ship it in. It's like a very and press water through it until it's a tasty kickstarter for the day. But the things that are in place to provide this nice cup of coffee, well, that's a different story. Ben here knows all about it. This is his favorite place for having coffee, and working place too. He is a financial advisor. Did you see that? You just witnessed a grinder ordering coffee beans. It's now waiting for approval. And it's done. We do that a lot these days. It's like a very personal signature. This roasting company started using blockchain for all their transactions a few years ago. It was already popular for a while back then. And they started using a self-driving car service for the transportation of their beans. I remember the old days when paper was the main ingredient for trade finances. You know, for financing cargo. Oh boy, you could build a city out of the amount of trees that were spent that way. Luckily, it's all blockchain now. Yes, there's still a lot of banking, but not many banks. There are now many more services for transactions than 5 years ago. And for lending, don't get me started. I can get credit almost everywhere, even me. Can you imagine? There's a lot that people can do for themselves these days, funding their own ideas using capital from their friends or clients. Technology has changed everything, and so fast that not everyone has been able to keep up. These past few years, banks have had a rough time adapting to the new world. They were busy with new regulations. Some were so distracted, they forgot to innovate. You can probably imagine what they went through. It wasn't always a certainty that Ben's job would still exist today. A lot of people in the financial sector are now in IT, and Ben, well, Ben is good with people. I'm happy he's still here though. What would they do without him? Consumers have become a lot more demanding and financially wise. Nowadays, people take the time to compare every detail of a mortgage, find out all the best bits from the banks, lending clubs, crowdfunding platforms, and wanting it all at once. Cherry picking is what we used to call this. And just when you think you have it all sorted, they come up with some more wishes. It takes people skills to deal with these new breed of consumer, and good products and services, of course. Well done, Ben. This is the near future. Things have changed. In the financial sector, customers are at the center of attention again. I'm happy with that. Some banks have come around. They are the ones that started to understand the new business economics and answered to the new competition. It's a lively world with these new ones around. I must say that the banks that are still here, they really reinvented themselves. Oh, sorry folks, I forgot. We were talking about coffee. Well, the coffee is still the same. But the financial sector, that's a different story.
It's a pleasure for me to be here and speaking to you. Thanks a lot.
Our next speaker is going to give you a hands-on approach to understanding how the design of your organization is integral to fostering change. Juan Jose, Digital Transformation Leader, MEA, IBM.
Hi everybody, my name is Juan Jose de la Torre, very classic long Spanish name. You can call me JJ and you can find me on my Twitter over there. Today we're going to take the discussion on transformation to a slightly different angle, that is about design. Yes, design, and how design can help us to actually build transformation, but most important, to transform your organization. So design has always been part of our life. We know design, we use it, and we consume it on a daily life. Every time we're interacting with a product, we're interacting with design. Every time that we're consuming a service, someone has created the service and basically conceived it in a way that we can actually embed it as part of our life. However, when it comes to technology, for some reason, we forgot about design. We forgot about how design was important and how design needed to be an integral part of a product creation or a service development. And design is relevant, and why design today is more relevant than ever. Today, every time that you have a digital asset, the first impression really matters. Every time that you put something out there, every time that you create a product that is digital, the expectations of your customers, the expectations of your clients are evolving, and those expectations never stop. To give you an example of one of our clients, we worked with Bing to actually define, how their new design is going to be. And by changing, to the right color of blue, they were able to increase their revenues in around 80 million. We're saying, right color of blue. It's a slightly difference between, a color that makes a fundamental business impact. And we see that the design really, at the end, determines who is going to be winning, who is going to be losing, who is going to have a product and a service that actually uptake and conquer the world or your market, and who is going to be out of business. We see it with Vine and Instagram, and we see it in the many disruptors that today are basically interacting in our world. Design is something that is beyond how things look. Design is not only about the aesthetics of the product, it's about the interaction that we're trying to build with that product. And I would like to stop here a little bit and say it again. It's about the interaction. Everyone can create beautiful design, but the important thing is we create designs that drives behavior, designs that help you as an organization to conquer the goals and the objectives that you have. So of course, this is beautiful, it's nice, looks pretty cool, but completely useless. Design needs to fulfill a need, and that need needs to be conveyed in a way that can be consumed. Also, we need to think on the usage and the end user of that design. An example here from Haynes, one is extremely focused on the brand, and the other one is focused on the customer. Now instead of having to flip the bottle, tap it on the back, and pray that you're going to get some ketchup, you just squeeze it. That design, the second one, is completely focused on the end user. Design is also an holistic component, and this is one of the issues that we find with many of our clients. They go and create an amazing and very beautiful interface that then fails to actually integrate with the backend or fails to integrate with the operations. As the previous speaker was saying, it's a full end-to-end view that you need to have. You cannot just design one part of the interaction. You need to fill and you need to be focused on the entire interaction. And here comes a new concept that we see now, design for experience. We're not designing to consume a product or a service anymore. We are designing an experience. We create something that has been there for many times, many years sometimes, and we transform it completely into a new experience. And this has been pushed by the disruptors. These companies that started with zero value as a startup of 2 or 3 people in a garage, without the legacy that bigger corporations or mid corporations have, focus exclusively on creating the best product and best services that they can put in the market. That focus excels when it comes to design. And that focus allows them to actually disrupt in multiple ways the market. When we see that, our expectations as a user start evolving. And as those expectations evolve, our interaction with those players changes. So we start demanding much more things. We start demanding one-to-one engagement that then can go in 2 ways. We demand trust and transparency. Now with a single click, I can compare your prices anywhere in the world. You know, some of you probably know that Amazon started to open physical stores, something that a few years ago they said that they will never do. One of the reasons is like people were taking the Amazon app, going to a physical store where you can have a real human interaction, and using one of the features of the app that was to scan a barcode to compare the price. So I would go to a local retailer, take out my iPhone or my smartphone, open the Amazon app, and check the price. If the price was too close, then I would buy it immediately. So I will have that instant gratification of getting the good and taking it with me. If the price was a little bit different, but the service that I was offered was good, I would still buy it. If the service was bad and the price was high, I would buy it on Amazon at that point, and I would go home and wait for it. To avoid this, Amazon is stepping, into, reducing the time of delivery, but at the same time open physical store. It's about an omni-channel engagement. When I communicate with your brand, when I communicate with your, services and product, I want you to listen to me and be able to talk to me in any mean I am. And this is another challenge that we face with many of our clients. The inconsistency on the different customer experience channels. You go to Twitter, and the response time that a user expected is 7 minutes. And we have companies that have, in their Twitter, the description of their users said open 9 to 5. Just doesn't apply. But also, we value the delivery. We start putting more focus on that interaction and that product to be customized and created exclusively for me. And as a user, I now have the opportunity to give real-time customer feedback. And I'm happy that the previous speaker showed an example on coffee, because we're going to see how all these things get actually integrated. So when we put these things together, we start designing not products, not services, but experiences. And we build experiences that are designed to drive behavior. That behavior, that is what we expect to get from your clients or your customers. And as this quote is saying, the bar never stops. Keep racing and racing and racing. Every time I interact with the digital product, every time that I download a new app and I like it, my expectations go up and go up and go up. And what we see today is a big gap between those services that are from what we can call the disruptors, the Facebooks, the Ubers, the Airbnbs, and our traditional companies, the banks, the telcos, insurance, government, you name it. Both have the same exposure to technology. Both have the ability to create the same type of services, but one is exceeding the other one when it comes to the focus on the entire experience. And of course, there are lasting memories. Of course, there are shifting orientations. Everyone is aware of this, but the question is like what we can do about it, and what is the first step? And designing for experience start by design. Transformation, and I think that all the speakers today will agree, is not about putting a new technology system or a new IT system. Yes, people are extremely important. I'm probably one of the key drivers. But to transform, you need to focus on experience. Experience wins. Experience is all. This example became a trending hashtag in Twitter, and it costed this company more than $30 million in 2 days. And the cost of actually publication and producing that experience was less than a cent of a dollar. If you calculate the amount of ketchup and mustard that they spread on the table and the connectivity. On the other side, this company was able to rally and become a trending hashtag on creating an impromptu concert in a venue just by actually associating with their users. What we're trying to do at the end is to transform this. That is where we have been focusing so many years. Is a product, is solid. You can see it, you can touch it, you can evaluate it. And when I said evaluate it, we evaluate these products with ROI, we evaluate these products with the traditional financial metrics. But we need to transform this into this. That is experience. We're no longer talking about a bicycle. We're no longer talking about the product and how many gears it has, how many, different components that product has been created with. We're talking about the experience that this product or service is going to entitle to enjoy. To do this, there are 3 pillars that are extremely important. First, compelling value proposition. Second one, enabling technologies. And third, a supportive ecosystem. When you combine the 3 things and you're designing for experience, you can start creating, great experiences. And the example of Starbucks is something that is one of our worldwide clients where we have taken the experience to the next level. We're actually enable cognitive computing to interact with you and predict what is going to be your consumption pattern, and according to that, deliver a new experience to you. Burberry has done something very similar. Brought artisans into the store to build experience. It's no longer about, going and simple shopping. It's about experiencing the store. And Burberry, besides the look, is one of the outlets that have the most advanced technology use of all of them. Amazon, we discussed it already. No lines, no checkout. You just get in, take the product, and leave. And everything will be customized to you. And success comes by user experience. Comes what we call a UX-led design, UX-led digital execution, where we start focusing on what are the things that you need to create, and then how we actually go back and integrate those things with your current organization. We conceive the experience, and from conceiving the experience, we retrofit in a way that can be integrated with your current business. And as you can see in these disruptors, all of them have been able to create a personalized experience that is different with their customers. When we talk about transformation, we talk about, an evolution. And I put a transformer because it's going from one component to another one. And you can go back and forth on those things. This is one of the key steps that we need to be able to fulfill now. But we're going to go a little bit further now. We're going to talk about reinvention and what that means. And how we start this journey. How, once we have identified that design is important and is a key driver of transformation, where do we start? We start with what we call a digital studio. A digital studio, it's a new driver of transformation that we place inside organizations. It's a new way of actually working and operating. It's a new way of actually creating insights based on design thinking, based on agile, bringing new capabilities to an organization to create beautiful designs that drives behavior. And this is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to build things that not only from a cosmetic and aesthetics component are appealing, but also will drive the business objectives that you want to create. This is something that it also changed our organization. We go from working on a linear manner, step by step, in cascade, to actually working on agile, working on cross-functional. We remove the silos of the organization. We no longer have marketing defining a product, IT then going and building it and give it back to marketing, and then we continue with this cycle. Now we have cross-functional teams dedicated to a single experience. And these teams are even co-located. These that look simple have a fundamental shift in how organizations work. We start putting in the same room, working together, hand by hand, people from marketing, people from business, people from strategy, people from IT, from technology, developers and designers. There's a new way of interacting. And this is how the disruptors are working today. If you see all these startups, and even the big ones that are no longer startups, they don't have IT in one floor, marketing in another one, business in a separate one. They're working together. And they're integrated. And that integration actually is one of the key components. You know, spaces are very important. We talk people, places, and practices makes the magic. Because when we have a new working environment, people start with a fresh mind. People start with a new way of doing. And again, these new environments are created by design, are built based on the business objectives that we want to achieve as an organization. So we take the same concept that we're taking to our clients, design that drives behavior, internally in our organization. We build places that actually will drive behavior. Behavior, in this case, of our employees. And new ways of working, as I said. We talk about releases. We talk about backlogs. We talk about quicks, you know. And we're no longer engaged in 12, 18, 24-month projects. Instead of that, we're talking about what is the next improvement that we want to be doing? What is the next thing that we want to put in the market, and how soon we can get there? We also learn to accept imperfection, and I think this is one of the fundamental changes that a big organization or a mid organization needs to make. You see all the disruptors, and even, you know, Facebook, Google, or Apple, they launch their products and their services, most of the time not being ready 100%, but achieving a due date. They launch it, and then they improve it. And in the case of the startups, or the nascent companies, what they do is they launch MVPs, minimum viable propositions, and then they learn from the users. They learn from the consumption of those, and evolve. And this is, again, another fundamental change. When we design the experience, one of the fundamental components is like we need to be able to see how the experience is consumed by our clients or customers, and then retrofit and modify the experience. We don't take 1 month to write the specifications, that then we take 3 months to, you know, convert into an RFP, that then we go and take 6 months or 9 months to actually develop. What we need to do is actually shorten that time and focus on what is the experience that we want to make it, and how to make it, you know, in terms of small incremental steps. And we use, in our case, IBM design thinking with some principles. The loop is extremely important because it reflects the infinite iteration that you need to do. There's no end. There's no product end day. There's no a day that you can go and say, we're finished. No, this is a permanent reinvention. As soon as you finish one release, you're thinking the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and you're thinking how to improve it. And as I said before, that improvement comes from the consumption that your clients and users are giving to you. Something very interesting also is like we see in the organizations new people that these organizations were not used to. Suddenly, big corporations start having coders, designers, strategists, data scientists, and all these people, creatives also, that used to be working in isolated organizations. from the consultancy to the creative agencies, now come together under a single roof. To do what? To reinvent. And reinvention is about how we're going to evolve, not thinking on transforming from A to B, but really going introspectively and thinking about reinventing your business. That reinvention that put the experience at the center and focus on 3 key areas that you need to basically exceed. A new focus, a new expertise, and new ways of work. Will you question even your business model? Even that business model that is generating the core of your revenues, you question it and you reinvent it. We see, as the example before, banks that started to open APIs and start actually allowing other people to access. Telcos working with the ecosystem to actually transform and create new experiences. Governments, like the government in Dubai, working in blockchain with IBM in this case, for instance, to actually expand and create a full ecosystem that challenges the norm on how you're operating. And from there, what we see is like we start evolving the concept of digital and experience and how we're creating these design-driven moments into that become a digital DNA for an organization. So how we do it? You know, we combine 4 practices that usually has been scattered. From one side, consulting, execution, creative, and integration into one single umbrella to create experiences like the Starbucks, where we are able to have what we call model builder. We combine CRM data, what has been your latest interactions with your brand, what was your latest purchase, what was your latest complaint, with the weather, with your social feed, with anything that can help us to actually understand where are you in this particular moment, to then basically create a predictive model. Predictive model that if today I'm in New York and I always pass outside one of the Starbucks in the Fifth Avenue, and it's 6:55 and I'm walking by, and my app will open and say, "Morning, JJ, we see that today is a very cold day. What about we prepare your espresso and we have it ready to go in 5 minutes? Click yes to confirm." We say yes. All the backend systems start interacting. All the components come together. The barista gets a note that he needs to prepare espresso for me. I walk in, I take the espresso, and I leave. Contactless payment, everything has been customized, and we have created an experience. An experience that goes beyond coffee, an experience that goes beyond just enjoying a simple product and service. We're creating an experience today with companies that varies around, and what they all have in common is their focus on relentless innovation and identifying design as a source of reinventing the experience that they are creating with the customers. Thank you very much.
With the amount of data being consumed every second across the globe, it's important for every business to have a strategy to exploit the opportunities it presents. Benjamin Schroeder, Senior VP and Head of Communications, Siemens.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here. So we at Siemens, we say we make things that make things. So it's not the obvious what we do. It's the energy you consume in the morning when you use your shaver or your toothbrush. It's the water you use in the shower in the morning. It's the train you take to work, or it's a car you drive. So the question is, what's the impact of digitalization on that? How is data helping with that? I read in the newspaper a couple days ago, data is a new oil. So what does it mean? What does it also mean for the UAE? So I would like in the next 10 to 15 minutes to go through with you the importance of data and the impact manufacturing has on it, or the impact data has on manufacturing. And the example I'm going to give you is a very common car here. It's a Maserati. Not that common in Germany, but very common here. We used to have 4 megatrends in the world which are changing everything. It was demographic change, people are getting older, services need to be changed, the climate is changing. We've seen that here in the last days in the Middle East. Globalization is clear, there are huge FDIs, and urbanization is changing. Cities like Dubai are appearing everywhere in the world. People are moving away from the villages. And then there's a new transformation. There's a new impact which is making a difference, and this is the digital transformation. It's the amount of data which is coming up and which is changing everything. We all have tons of data, even our private life. We get so much we don't even know what to do with it. But who of us is really, honestly, working with our connected devices? Who is managing your connected devices on a day-to-day basis? Who is getting something out of it, creating value out of this? I think this is a big thing we need to work on. There are companies who have done that, things which have completely changed our life, and they're always the same examples. So we've seen them in the last 2 slides. It's the experience, I'm using the experience word, it's the experience how you buy books, how you read books, how you listen to music. You don't own it anymore, you just want to enjoy it, you want to have it for the moment. It's the way that you look for a service you're getting, and also the way that you want to know the taxi driver where you are standing and you don't want to explain him the street name. So those are all changes which we have in our consumer life. All of us experience this. So Siemens is a B2B company. We work with clients all around the world, with hundreds of clients in the UAE, and we did a research, and those research is based on the Middle East, with 3 focus countries, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi, and we asked our clients how far they are in the digitalization process. And I've just taken for today 3 of the key figures out of here. So the awareness is good, first of all. 85% of the people believe that digitalization will help them in the decision-making process and will help them to become more efficient. 85%. So that's something good. Now we've looked into this, the IoT platform, something you need where you upload your data, where you manage your data, so that you ensure that you make something out of your data. Only 1/3 of the companies, and those are all companies here in the Middle East, they're with us, right? This is a reality check. Believe that this is an important trend. So this is already showing that there is a call for action. And then we asked the customers, how far do you believe you are in the stage of the digital transformation? And this number was surprising me. It's 3%. 3% of the clients believe they're in an advanced stage of the digital transformation. So this sees that the digital transformation will be an evolution in the companies, right? People talk about revolution. We believe it's going to be an evolution because it's going to be step by step. You're going to walk this through. So if you make things, if you're in the manufacturing area or in the design area, we want to take you to a concept how we at Siemens are doing this. So we believe when you think about digitalization, when you think about how can you cope up with the changing environments, you have to do it across the whole value chain. How you develop a product. So we have 5 steps. You design a product, you plan a product, you engineer the product, then you actually produce a product, and then you have the service. And here comes now the new thing, the digitalization in the game. We call it the digital twin. So for whatever you have, there is a digital twin. It's a real world and it's a virtual world. And how you really gain efficiency out of this is if you merge this. So what you need in your production processes when you make a new product, when you think about a new product, you always need to have this digital twin because you start doing this product at your PC. So you start designing the product, and then if you're in design phase, you can simulate. And this is the beauty of it. So you can simulate the whole 5 processes. What we're doing with ADNOC, when they think about how they build their refineries, today you design the refineries in a way that it's easy to service, so that you know, okay, this is a part which breaks, so we need to make sure it's easy to get there. Or the sound design. I will talk about the Maserati later. How you close the door. The sound, what you want to have when you close the door, is that you have a good feeling and you enjoy it. This is all simulated, right? You have sound design. And those are all things you do prior to ever having produced one of this car. In the past, you did prototyping, right? And you build a car and you've hidden it somewhere. So nowadays, it's all about the simulation, about the digital twin. But it's also learning and going forward. So when you produce a car, that all the changes you make, they will already go back to the digital twin so that you have a good database. We have this database called Teamcenter, which is an open platform then, which is used in the companies. On top of it, so what's important is the IoT platform. And this is MindSphere with us, and we work with IBM Watsons together. But this is also an opportunity for the SME companies, for companies to get those data which we have from the manufacturing. And this is not a manufacturing example. This data could also come from infrastructure. It could come from trains. It could come from shopping centers, from escalators, elevators, wherever you have sensors. And this open IoT system gives the opportunity that you can team up together with companies, build apps, analyze the data, and create value out of this data. Whatever it is, if it's a seamless ride from A to B, or if it's the purchasing experience, and so on. So MindSphere is on top of it. It's the IoT system, and it gets all the data. And we use this already every day with the windmills, how you increase the efficiency, that you know already the day before, how strong will be the wind, so yet you can generate more. It's the factories, it's the sensors, it's the escalators and the elevators. In the past, you used to have it in shopping malls that escalators were blocked. Nowadays, you know already, okay, the escalator will break in 2 days because you need to exchange products, so you do preventive maintenance. So those are topics where you can easily utilize the data and the knowledge you have and really create benefits. And this is a great opportunity for companies to get on this data, provide services in the industrial, in the infrastructure area, and really work on an open IoT platform. One of the examples we have, and it's a very traditional one, most of you have probably been traveling with public transportation in Europe, and it's a very common thing. The problem in Europe, what we have, especially in Germany, trains are too late. They are hardly on time. So now we had a performance contract, Siemens with the rail company in Spain, and they ask us that we have to do, if we want to get our money, we have to be 99.9% on time within the 15 minutes. Because a lot of those guys have an airport connection, so they need to catch a plane. And how did we do that? We did that with additional sensors which you have and all the parts which could break. Would it be at the brakes? Would it be at the doors? Simple things, the doors don't close correctly. So with the sensors, you even knew when the sound was weird, okay, you checked those things preventively, and with that you could ensure that you achieved those targets. So this is taking the data which is here today and which has been there in the past, but you have algorithms, your analytics, and analyze the data so that it creates real value to the customer. One very prestige client came to us, and they are building cars, and they used to build a couple of cars, not mass production like Toyota and Toyota or Volkswagen or General Motors. So it's Maserati, and Maserati asked us, okay, can you help us to produce better cars? Can you help us to produce cars which don't break, which have a very, very high quality standard, like the mass production cars, but which still have the Italian sense? And we went through with them for the 5 steps. And the new Maserati Ghibli, which came out a couple years, 3 years ago or 2 years ago, we've put on this new foundation. So we've shortened the development time by 30%. For the first time with Maserati, you have tons of options, so you have 70,000 different combinations of your Maserati. And on the same production line, you can produce 3 times more cars. And how have we done this? We have done this because we have simulated the process. We have simulated the different steps the car goes through before we've ever once produced a car. So that's the power of data. If you really look through the whole value chain of a car or of a product, from the design, from the planning, from the engineering, execution, and for sure also the service. So I'm going to finish up with a small video from...
Passion becomes an element of planning, executed in efficient, high-quality manufacturing processes. Maserati combines the virtual and real world. From design to planning and manufacturing, to the analysis of the whole process, everything is digital. This improves competitiveness and makes tradition future-proof. Together with its customers, Siemens makes real what matters.
Good. Thank you very much. I think it's all about co-creation. It's about not just knowing where the oil is, but making something out of oil, refining the oil and creating value out of this. And this is the power of data. And it's about co-creation, about working together. So I want to stay in the conversation, and thank you so much.
To address the impact of digital technologies on industries, we now have a panel discussion with 2 digitally driven companies. The experiences shared by these business owners will provide fundamental lessons on digital transformation. Moderating the panel is Amir Farah, founder and CIO, Beko Capital. Panelists include Talal Beya, co-founder, Bayzat, and Rami Salman, CEO and founder, WrapUp.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Amir Farha. I'm the co-founder of Beko Capital. We're a venture capital firm that invests in early-stage technology businesses that are trying to disrupt industries in the Middle East, right? So this presentation, I'm going to talk quickly on how SMEs like yourselves can really think about transforming your businesses. The panelists or the speakers beforehand walk through design and other interesting things that are, at the forefront of technology. I'm probably going to bring it back a bit to tell you where we are today and what can be done to your businesses moving forward. So we all know that SMEs are the backbone of most economies, especially in the Middle East. The UAE, obviously 70% is contributed by SMEs, 70% of GDP. But what's interesting is over the past decade, technology has allowed for a lot more cross-border data flowing between countries in the region. 150 times, it's grown 150 times over the past 10 years, and that growth of data flow is an opportunity for businesses like yourselves to capitalize on by using technology. The problem is that we haven't invested enough in our infrastructure. If you take the Middle East versus North America and Western Europe, we are far below what we should be spending in IT infrastructure in order to benefit our businesses and the economy as a whole. The interesting fact is basically businesses today, you think most of the companies in the Middle East or specifically the UAE are online today, but actually less than a third, actually less than 20% are online. I mean, think about that. One in 5 businesses that you meet in the UAE are actually online versus 60% in the US. And I think just the fact that people need to be online to benefit from this technology shift is the most important thing. And then you can add more tools and services on top of that to be able to benefit from the digital economy. So there are two ways we're going to go through. I'm going to go through two ideas for you and your business to leverage technology. One is to become a full-stack business. I mean, it's very difficult, but that's essentially disrupting your own business and making technology at the core, right? And we're going to go through one example, which is a company called Warby Parker. It's a seller of online retailer of eyewear products, right? Obviously, it's a traditional business selling eyeglasses, but they've taken technology and put it at the core of their business model. And technology allows them to sell directly to the customer. They also allow to enhance the experience of the user by a virtual tool that they created to allow them to try on glasses without having to be in the store, and that's transformational from a retail perspective. They also are able to market to audiences on digital means and use the data they get from these customers to design better products and provide better services to their overall customers. But the interesting thing, I mean, just to show you how technology on a full stack business that's transforming an industry, in 5 years they were able to generate $100 million in revenue, whereas Sunglass Hut, which is one of the biggest retailers of sunglasses, took them 20 years to generate that. And that's a difference when you use technology in the right way to disrupt an industry. Second way, obviously, is to use the cloud services that exist in the market today. I mean, there's an abundance of them. Some of them you're going to see speaking shortly on the panel. But essentially, these businesses are able to provide tremendous benefits to your companies, right? Whether it's savings, greater revenues, or efficiencies. And I think today, just to give you an idea of a statistic, in the US, 69% of SMEs use cloud services, whereas in the UAE, it's 15%. So I think the example we're going to showcase is Shopify, but really what the point of this example is that if you leverage the right technology services for your business, you can really open up new channels for growth. And so Shopify is an online store builder, if you want to simplify it, which allows you to basically, if you're a merchant selling physical goods or any goods online, you can create a storefront in a matter of minutes and start selling. They've solved all the hassle of integration with logistics, payments, and analytics so that you can go and create a new revenue channel for your business. But the best example is small businesses they have about 325,000 businesses using this software globally, right? And these businesses in last year alone have done $10.6 billion of trade, right? So 10.6 billion, just to give you an idea of the type of channel that's opened up. And a business like one of the success stories we're using here is a company called Beard Brand, but in less than a year they were able to open up a revenue channel that allowed them to generate $120,000 of new revenues, monthly revenues. But the point here is, this is basically showing that if you digitize as a business and if you use the digital in the right way and you actually integrate it properly into your business, naturally you'll be able to benefit from these revenue increases or productivity enhancements, and therefore you'll be able to contribute to GDP. So the more digital an economy is, the more solid its sort of non-oil GDP. And given that we're in an oil-based country, I think it's important that all of us really think about using technology so that we go up that curve and to the right. So the 2 points, just to give you an idea, summarize before we get these guests on the panel, is that we're expecting to see $100 billion of new GDP being created in the next 3 years by technology, right? By all your businesses using technology and investing in technology. We obviously are investing in startups, and we think that that's a huge opportunity for all of you to benefit from, including, most of the stakeholders in the ecosystem. The other thing is that as you hire digital people or in jobs in your businesses, each digital person creates 2 to 4 new jobs. So think about that for impact in terms of job creation. So that's the summary. I'm going to invite Talal and Rami on the stage, and we can talk about how they're using technology to transform their businesses and their customers as well. Talal Bayah, founder of Bayzat. Rami Salman, founder of WrapUp. Thanks for that, guys. So maybe just for the audience sake, maybe you guys can walk through your journey of starting both your companies. Maybe Talal can start with Bayzat.
Sure. So I was born and raised here in the UAE, and I studied bioengineering in the US, came back in 2008, and initially did 2 years of investment banking and 2 years of private equity. And the way we started Bayzat is, we never really imagined we'd be here today, but it was with the simple premise of wanting to solve problems, right? So we saw specific problems in the insurance industry, in the financial services sectors, and what keeps us going is giving people a better way to do things. So it started with solving one small problem. Then we saw more opportunities, decided we needed to hire some people to help us solve these problems, and then you were crazy enough to invest in us, and the rest is history.
But can you just maybe elaborate on what Bayzat does?
Absolutely. So Bayzat is a technology company that provides insurance and HR solutions. So we're really focused on the HR administration piece and how that affects medical benefits and the employee's experience as well. We operate in a very paper-driven industry that's heavy on the administrative side. And our goal is to both provide a better customer experience and help our clients save time and money by automating, everything to do with insurance and HR.
Thanks. Great. And Rami, maybe talk us about wrap-up and your journey so far.
Yeah. Very similarly, actually, I think all entrepreneurs start off by trying to solve a problem. The problem I faced was I was working in a consulting firm, Bain & Company at the time. And basically, I was managing 7 different client teams, and I was up until 3 in the morning trying to write minutes of meeting from my back-to-back-to-back meetings. And I really needed a tool to help me summarize meeting discussions. And what started off as kind of a simple tool that digitized discussions by recording them, tagging notes to important parts of that conversation, playing them back to quickly write up my summaries, turned into a much more automated process. And now WrapUp is really a smart voice recording platform that uses AI to summarize discussions centered around specific use cases. Like for project management, what we'll be able to do is actually identify action items and be able to pull that out of the discussion. For sales discussions or more transcripted discussions, we can actually segment the recording according to a specific taxonomy of words. And so in terms of digitization, it's really a assisted AI that helps people become more efficient in the way that they work.
Awesome. Okay, so Talal, how do you think technology is impacting a sector like insurance, which is very traditional? How do you think you've leveraged technology to disrupt that space, and really, what is your plans going forward in that sector?
Absolutely. So, we look at disruption sort of in 2 stages. And I think it's the same thing for most startups and technology companies. So initially, we're disrupting the customer experience, meaning that we're giving them a simpler, faster, better way to do things they've already been doing. And we've already achieved that by making it simpler to actually buy your health insurance, use your health insurance, etc. Now, I think the second stage, and where you become really disruptive, is within your sector, how are you fundamentally different internally and operationally, right? So, we deal with a lot of paperwork because that's the nature of insurance and HR administration. So our clients see, a technology-enabled experience, but in the background, we have 50 people working around the clock to kind of make things happen smoothly. So I think the next evolution for us is how are we fundamentally different internally, right? And how are we using technology to give a better experience, but at the same time hitting 2 birds with 1 stone and making our life easier. So to give you an example specific to the insurance sector, most insurance companies and brokers deal with a lot of reimbursement claims, right? So when you sell health insurance to people, they go to different hospitals, they'll send you claim forms, and you have to process that. And it's actually quite a sizable division within our competitors. How we're different is we make it easy to use your policy with our app, Bayzat Benefits. So what that means is if you wake up with back pain tomorrow, you'll just open up the app, type in back pain, we'll tell you what's covered in your policy, what's not covered in your policy, and then we'll tell you where to go to get treated in your direct billing network. So that's giving a better customer experience, but at the same time, it saves us from having to process reimbursement claims because now we're directing our clients to those facilities where they don't need to do reimbursement claims.
Awesome. And Rami, maybe you can walk us through, so far with your product, you're targeting, I guess, a range of business use cases. Maybe you can, for the relevancy of the audience, explain some use cases where you can actually really impact their businesses.
Yeah, so we're a consumer-facing app on a general basis. You can download it, you can use it for any one of your kind of discussions, but what we're focused on currently is actually working with sales teams to really segment their conversations. So teams like Bayzat, which have large, fledgling, growing sales teams, are basically trying to build training programs, build an understanding of how their sales calls are going. And everyone records these conversations, but they're not able to add that level of intelligence, right? So audio is a linear form of digesting information. You have to listen to the whole thing to really get the content. And what we're doing is we're actually segmenting that either through a search, you'll be able to jump to a specific moment, or with a custom-built taxonomy. So words like, pre-existing conditions, previous insurance providers will be tagged in the conversation, automatically segmented for quick review. And then furthermore, we can build, as you go deeper and deeper into these layers, intelligence that can deal with things like objection handling, typical things that Bayzat must face in their sales conversations or in their discussions that they want to be able to flag and actually actively look at. Instead of siphoning through a large set of data and really trying to understand how things are going, what's happening in the discussion can actually be layered up and used for intelligence.
So I guess the question is for both of you, because you're both doing sort of different, tackling different problems. How do you see the role, in the case of, let's say, sales teams, how do you see that changing with the job of a salesperson changing with your kind of tool set? Is it going to make it easier for them to or at least develop their skill sets better? What do you see happening, at least as a role of a salesperson?
I mean, at the core efficiency gain, you gain that time. So 30% of a salesperson's time is actually spent selling. How can we increase that? With these efficiency gains, whether it's in handing it off from a qualified lead to the more technical person that needs to understand the information, listening in to the customer directly instead of asking the questions again, there's that basic understanding of efficiency gain that can be saved. And then when you look at sales enablement and sales training, managers want to spend 20% of their time training their sales staff, but they only spend about 5%. And so technologies like these can help them enable their team to become more intelligent, more proactive in understanding what are some of the new things that we should be looking for. If we have a new product, how are customers reacting to it? Instead of doing surveys to understand the customer voice, you can understand that in real time. So these technologies are there to really assist you in enabling your work and enabling your workflow.
And voice is something that you think is going to be an upcoming technology that you...
I mean, if you think about it, 30,000 years ago, we used to only communicate through sound. The advent of writing was about 5,000 years ago, and we're still scribbling down notes the same way. Voice is it's data, and we leverage that data for businesses to really move forward and create momentum out of their discussions.
Amazing. So Talal, I guess you're tackling a pretty old industry where regulation is not very clear. I mean, the path for technology, what are the exciting things you can do in terms of automating this and improving this sort of legacy industry, I guess?
So, I mean, we're trying to move from a phase where people are managing work to actually managing processes. So I don't think, adopting technology and automating these processes eliminates the need to hire people. At the end of the day, the company with the best people is always going to win out. And, now we're kind of in a very fast growth stage. And what that means is we need to actually hire more people, even though we do use a lot of technology, because it's a very competitive world. Doesn't matter what sector you're in, you're going to face a lot of competition. And having salespeople, I mean, obviously, our allocation's a bit different. We don't hire as many people on the operations side or the administration side. But the fact that we have more salespeople, or the fact that we have more customer service agents, means that we're able to scale faster. We're able to shorten our cycle times, And obviously humans are still social creatures, right? To give you an example, we have a client called Deliveroo, and they're in the food delivery business, and they have pretty major competition, such as Uber Eats, right? But where they differentiate themselves is because they have a phenomenal call center, right? People don't want you to mess with their food, and if they have a problem, they want to be able to call you up and get great customer service. So I think with technology, we're able to allocate resources to different, I guess, competencies or departments and eliminate the need for others. But we don't think that, we're going to grow into a $100 million business with 20 people. We still see the need to actually hire more people.
But do you see like the customer experience or the user experience on the insurance side, purchasing insurance, using insurance, you're kind of disrupting that at least with the app today, but do you see it being disrupted where the time to get your policy is shrunk and all these other benefits that the user can get, whether it's claims and all these other things?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll always need some sort of human interference, but the goal is with technology, you can kind of eliminate 90% of those touch points, right? So with Bayzat, you can actually fill out your medical application form online. We're implementing AI so that you can actually learn about the policy through free text input, and that will eliminate the need for us to service 80-90% of our clients through human interaction. And that means our existing salespeople or customer service agents are just managing that process, actually managing the technology platform, helping improve it, and then providing the human touch when needed.
So I guess for maybe the last question for both of you to think about is what are your thoughts on digital transformation, given that you're in a position of really trying to change behavior of customers and businesses? How do you see that progressing, and maybe you can share like your thoughts on that?
Digital transformation isn't only about the tools that you can use, it's about the culture. So if your culture is still working in an ancient way, then digital transformation is not going to change that, right? Plugging in the right tool is not, putting in a Dropbox. If people don't know how to use that culturally, if they don't know how to create a shared collaborative environment where we're discussing things proactively, if we're not putting in the mechanisms as a small business, large businesses, they have those internal programs, those trainings to really build that culture, but small businesses tend to lack in that department. And it kind of lands on the leadership team of those small businesses to really implement a cultural change within the organization, top down. And then I would also add that bottom up. I mean, in the digital age, you can go and download Bayzat or Wrap Up right now. It's not only top down, but millennials and everyone are bringing these tools that enable them in the rest of their lives to become more efficient, and they're bringing them into the workplace. So listen into these young hires that can really help build a culture of digital transformation.
Thank you.
I think the challenge is with digital transformation is it's not about changing people's habits, it's about empowering their habits. And I think that was a significant mind shift for us. So when we talk about product, we're really thinking about how people operate today and how do we actually make it faster, simpler, but then also not requiring them to have a significant change in their mindset. So I think that's the key takeaway for us in the last 2 years on the product side is, when our products need to empower people's existing habits.
Okay. Well, guys, thank you for your time today. Thank you. I hope you appreciated the feedback and insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for 30 minutes. We will be commencing the next session on time, so kindly return back to the room as soon as the next announcement is made. Please enjoy coffee and refreshments in the networking area. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event is about to begin.
I know, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session of the day. Before we commence, let us have a quick recap of the morning session.
Hello everyone, welcome back after the coffee break. So, here's what we're going to do now. We're going to quickly do a recap of the morning session. And to do that, I'm going to ask you a few questions to see if you're keeping pace. And before we go into that, I'm going to quickly remind you, for all of you who've just joined us, you need to download WalkSport on your phone. This will help you interact with us throughout the day. So you can ask questions to the speakers, and you can answer to the questions that we're going to be asking you throughout the day. So it's a live polling. I'm going to give you a second to go onto the app. So once you've opened the app, when I announce the first question, it'll be pushed onto your app and you'll get a notification. Ready? Yes? No? Okay, let's go through the first question and see how we do. So the first question is, based on the morning session, do you think you now have a fairly good understanding of what digital transformation is? Yes, no, somewhat, still not clear. And I'm going to give you 30 seconds to log in your response. Few more seconds for people who are just walking in. Okay, can we have the responses? Wow. 76% say yes. 0% say no. Somewhat. Well, I'm hoping the 24% will change after we've done the next session. Okay, moving on. Second question. Does your business have a digital transformation strategy? Yes? No? I will have one after this event. So go ahead and log in your responses. Okay, let's have the results. Fair enough. Okay, third question. Now this is a bit of a quiz to see if you were listening. Digital transformation is a tool, a process, or I wasn't listening? You can be honest. For those of you who are just walking in, just a reminder that you need to download Vox Vote to be able to poll. Okay, and the responses are? Good job. So obviously the answer is digital transformation is a process. Great. So I'm gonna let you guys enjoy the next session, but I will be back to see how you're doing later on in the day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to talk about the most critical link in any company's chain, the customer. You will learn how to use the right tools to enhance customer experience. Andreas Skopal, Digital Financial Services Leader, EY.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I keep it here? So I'm still getting used to this headspace. Sorry to bring you back from your break, but I think this is going to be quite an interesting session. Just a quick introduction. So obviously, Andreas, I have spent the last 16 years working pretty much in Asia, and I've just moved to the Middle East. For EY, I look after our digital financial services business across all of MENA. And very excited to be here, and thanks for the opportunity. What I want to leave you with in the time that I've got is three main things. One is, I know you've talked a lot about digital transformation in the morning, but what I want to emphasize is, from my perspective, digital is not a new concept, but the opportunities that it creates in the market is new. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for you specifically to take advantage of that. Secondly, I think we're in one of the best global markets in the UAE and the GCC more broadly in terms of digital mobility and emerging affluent customer segments to maximize that. And then the last point I want to raise, and I'll spend a little bit more time on this, is what are the things you can do to get started? So we work with some of the leading global brands, whether it's retail, luxury goods, airlines, financial services, and we work with them on a couple of specific things to help them get started on their digital transformation. So I wanted to share a few of those tips and tricks with you, just to get you thinking about where do we take this, what's the next step. Obviously, we don't need to go very far to look at what's happening in the market more broadly around digital and how important it is. So if you look at Dubai and some of the initiatives that are coming out, whether it's the 3D printing offices or the investment in drones or some of the autonomous driving investments that are being made by the RTA, Dubai certainly, as part of the UAE, sees digital innovation as a really critical part of the future and the future competitiveness of the country as well. So, from a public sector perspective, all the way through to private sector, whether small businesses or large corporate clients, we're working with those clients, and we see that this is a top two or top priority area for the market. So I'm not sure how many of you have seen this. Obviously, this is the first 3D office in the world that was set up just behind Emirates Towers. For the market, this really creates a great opportunity to create a template around future development and some of the work that's being done around this in terms of what are some of the productivity and cost benefits around using this sort of methodology for for bigger construction sites and more more specific residential opportunities is quite significant. And we don't need to go far as well when we think about the role that drones are going to play in our society, not just about delivering products, but also how they enable us to live a better life in terms of being able to do things in a more effective and efficient way. So this is an initiative that's just recently kicked off as well, and I think there's been about 1,000 submissions for this particular program, and the UAE government thinks that the total size of the market for drones is going to be about $10 billion. So it's really about how do we use robots and robotics to really empower our lives in every day. And most of you would have seen this as well, but the RTA has recently signed a deal with Tesla to support the rollout of autonomous driving vehicles. So there will be about 200 of those launched in the market by 2020. And the target for that overall is to get 25% of all commutes to become autonomous, renewable commutes by 2030. So this is a really important initiative by the government as well. Now, I'm just going to flick through a few of these just to give you some key facts, and then I want to spend a bit more time on, so what does that mean for you? Where do you take it? Obviously, this is having a huge impact on corporate clients that we work with. So if you look at the Fortune 500, 50% of those corporations since 2000 have been disrupted based on digital. And we then bring it back to GCC and UAE. That level of disruption is going to be quite significant in the next 2 to 3 years in particular. I'm going to skip through this one. You'll get this in your handouts anyway. But so if I look at the GCC market, we think about the type of consumers in this market. So a huge emerging affluent segment, very well-educated, very mobile, very digitally engaged, access to smart devices, social networks, they buy, they shop, they research online. This is a great opportunity for you to connect in with those customers, or use different tools to connect in with your existing customers through these channels. So I'm going to spend a bit of time talking about that in a minute. You might have heard a few quotes this morning, but I really like this one because what we find in the market is the core of digital transformation for us is really about two things. One, it's about understanding your customers. Digital is just another enabler for you to deliver a better experience, a better service to your customers. So at the heart of it, it's really about understanding who your customers are, what they value, and how digital can play a role. The second one is about how you execute that. We spend a lot of time with our clients helping them change the way that they do things, new ways of working. Rather than spending 12 months to do a strategy and do some design work, we really bring it back to what can we do in a week, in 2 weeks? How can we develop a digital prototype that we can take to market in a very short period of time? So first one around customer insights, second one around ability to execute. When you look at the GCC market, and the research that we've done points to 4 main drivers of experience for customers. The first one is being connected. So customers are telling us today that their experience is based on a multitude of different brands. So if I'm on Amazon or if I have an Apple experience in the store, that experience frames my expectation that I have with other companies that I deal with. So it's really about having a connected, consistent experience. Second one is around relevance. So customers are telling us that they don't just want to have a relationship with a brand that helps them with a specific transactional need. They want brands to help them achieve something in their life. Third one is around engagement. Customers want to provide real-time feedback on their experience, and a lot of our clients are investing quite significantly in this. So if you go to a branch, for example, and you have an interaction at a bank, you should be getting a real-time feedback request straight after that meeting or straight after that appointment. So that's a big focus. And last one around innovation. So we're in this generation at the moment where we're rolling out the 6 to 12 month product design. So whether you look at Apple or Samsung, there's a huge thirst around new products, new services. So that's coming through consistently in the market. One of the myths about this is when we talk about digital, a lot of my clients say, well, does that mean we need to spend $10 million and we need to be the leader in the market and we need to do all these out-of-the-box sort of things. And it doesn't necessarily mean that. It means that you need to think about what are the specific digital investments you want to make that deliver an exceptional customer experience for those customers that you're targeting. So it doesn't mean you need to be a leader, but it means that you should be thinking about how do you become a close follower? How do you take on board all the learnings that all the other organizations are doing in the market and take advantage of that and follow that quickly? And a lot of the brands that we work with and some of the leaders in the market have a deliberate close follower strategy. So they're not deliberately trying to lead the market, but they're trying to follow and learn from what's happened before. But at the heart of all of this, it's about being customer centric. And there's a couple of principles that I want to talk about. One, if you've made a decision that you want to focus on digital as a way to deliver your promise in the market and to deliver the right experience for your customers, you need to have that support from your leadership team. You need to think about how you're reallocating your investment to make that happen. And you also need to think about the ways in which you want to deliver that in the business. So I'll explain all three of those in a little bit more detail in the next couple of slides. So as I said before, we work with some of the leading brands in the market, and these are typically the things that they do really well to help them get through their first steps around digital transformation. The first one is about being purpose-led. So the difference between companies that do this really well and those that are doing it as an experiment, it really comes down to whether or not they think of digital as a way of doing business versus a project. That really comes down to the crux of it. So when we work with clients where they see that digital is an enabler for their business vision, where the executive team is committed and they can see how implementing new digital solutions helps them be more relevant in the market, and it's not just about doing something symbolic like setting up a lab or implementing an app or something like that. Where they see it as a significant driver of their business vision, that's when it's typically a success. Second one is around customer end-to-end. Where this is a success is where you look at the overall customer experience. You don't just focus on the first bit of that experience, which is about, as I said, an app or a great website. It's about looking at all those moments that matter for the customer all the way through their experience. So typically, if you look at banking as an example, the front-end experience might be pretty cool and snazzy and very user-centric. But once you get into the machine of the organization, then it becomes very very complex and high effort in terms of being able to navigate. So how do you think about that end-to-end customer journey and look at all the different moments that matter for the customer, from the time they become aware of a need all the way through to when they decide they want to leave and try someone else. We're a bit obsessed in this market, I think, with perfectionism. So we try things so many times until we get the 100% proof solution. And I think one of the things that we need to change as well is about how do we accept the close to perfect. How do we accept the fact that we might fail at some of these things? We might try and fail fast. And so a lot of the work that we do with our clients in the market is about helping them design the minimal viable product. Right? How do you do that in a way that you get something in the market where you can test it and iterate it in a very short period of time rather than spending 6-12 months trying to get your perfect solution? And in the meantime, your competitors have already jumped ahead of you and provided something in the market that's a lot more relevant. The other key thing for us is about time boxing this. So when we work with our clients, what we try and do is say, look, if you had a window of 2 weeks, what could you do in that 2 weeks? What could you produce and get ready as a minimal viable product to test with your customers? Because we know if we had 6 months, we'll use all 6 months. If we had 12 months, we'll use all 12 months. So how do we package this up in a way that really focuses effort and investment around this? And this is one of the last points I want to raise, but co-creation. So how often do you actually ask your customers for feedback around your products or services? And I'm not talking about a yearly survey or a visit, but how often do you say, well, look, if you could have anything, if you could have a specific set of options within the product that we can offer you, what would that be? And so we think there's a huge opportunity to bring customers into the co-creation and also to bring your staff into that as well. the best stories or the best examples of this is where you have customers in the room with your frontline staff, with your operations staff, with your senior leaders, and you're actually creating stuff together. That's the best possible scenario to get the most relevant proposition. And the last one I want to mention is the whole Google concept. Essentially, this is where it comes from. So the test, learn, and iterate. How do we learn from our customers, develop a minimal viable product, test that in the market, be prepared to fail, learn from that, and then iterate that on an ongoing basis. So this is really, I guess, from our perspective, the biggest change in ways of working for our clients. How do you accept the fact that you might fail 50% of the time? But based on that fail rate, how do you learn from that and then use those insights to move ahead with confidence? So I've rushed through a lot of stuff. You'll get all these slides anyway for the handout. But the one thing I want to leave you with is, for us, it's really about what sort of perspective are you bringing to this? If you're looking at digital in terms of, look, it's a trend, and it's here today, it'll be gone tomorrow, and we might do a few things here and there just to show that we're relevant. If you think about it that way, this won't be a successful way to win. If you think about your business strategy and you think about what your customers are really looking for and what they value, and you see that digital can play a really important role in helping you deliver that, that's when this can become a really successful formula. So the final point I want to raise is, if you don't know where to start, talk to people, talk to experts in the market, whether they're digital marketing experts or transformation experts, but talk to people in the market. There's lots of people out there that'll give you advice for free. So learn from that and access all those people to help you get started. So thanks very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Innovation as a conversation has been around for quite some time, but what happens when you combine innovation with data? Our next speaker is here to spark this exciting debate. Pedro Pereira, Digital Transformation and Innovation Lead, SAP.
Everyone! Ooh. How are you today? Excited for the afternoon session? I hope so. So you know my name already. My name is Pedro. I work for SAP. Maybe one thing that you don't know about me is where I come from. So I will give you a hint, and from that, I tell you a very compelling reason why I'm passionate about technology and innovation. So, which country I am from? No, we have 5 world championships. Yeah, I'm from Brazil. And I could be playing with Ronaldo, not being here just talking about technology, but there is one compelling reason for me to be here. I don't know if you see, but robots are coming to the World Cup. And they are planning to beat Brazil by 2050. Can you believe that? They're actually training robots to beat the real players. How crazy is that? So I could be a national hero if I really find a way that the team will play better than any machine ever. And I think this is going to happen for sure. All right, so this is just a small introduction. I work in a team at SAP focused on innovations across several industries. So basically, we learn from one industry, and we try to apply the learnings from that industry to another industry, and we bring innovation across the board for several customers. Trying to add value to you, a very good reference that I have is this book, Leading Digital. Who have heard about this book before? Okay, so take notes. I think it's a very good reading for you to start getting familiarized with the concept of digital. For me, it was one of the best readings I had. And it pretty much talks about two things. One is that we, as digital leaders, we need to develop the digital capabilities. So the software vendors will be more than happy to talk to you about that. But the digital capabilities, they are just not enough. You need the digital leadership. So this is pretty much what we have heard throughout the day, that you need to develop your leadership. So probably economists have designed this chart here. It's a 2x2 traditional. So if you're just in the beginning, not many vision, not much digital capabilities, you're just a beginner. However, if in your organization you're really good, you acquire companies, you change fast, but you don't apply those leadership capabilities to a digital economy that is coming, probably you are more conservative, so you could do more. However, on the other side, if you have lots of technologies, so you approve whatever your IT asks you to do, you say, go buy it, just go do it. So probably you are a fashionista, so you just have technology for fun, but you don't have a vision on how to use that technology to help you. But where we want you to be, and this is pretty much what I try to add some value to you today, is to help you to become a digital master. To become a digital master, we believe that all those technologies out there, starting from the core of your organization, all the way to the hyperconnectivity that is available, supercomputing, blockchain, machine learning, which is pretty much far ahead. And the topic that we are going to discuss today, platform economy, which is a huge opportunity for all of you. If you combine that with the leadership, this is going to be very, very interesting. We are talking about making money out of these technologies. Fair enough? Good. So, I want to do an exercise here. Let's focus on platform. So I know you are tired by now. Can you raise your hand like this, just for a second? So what is a platform? Platform is when we facilitate the connection between one side to the other. So just do it with me, one side to the other. So two sides, we connect the two sides. That's simple. So a platform is a business model that creates value by facilitating exchanges between two or more independent groups. It's a very simple concept that could really revolutionize many industries, and this is happening already. So the mechanics of it is that I have from one side who produces value, from another side who consume that value. So if you connect the two sides, there is a transaction. If you are facilitating that transaction, you are entitled to get something out of it. So this is where things start to become very interesting in terms of using technology to disrupt industries. You might have heard about this concept from some of these companies here. This is pretty much everybody talks about them. But I want to expand the concept a little bit just to let you know that there are so many more possibilities for you to come up with platform strategies. So for instance, you could do a platform for exchange. So pretty much becoming a services marketplace or product marketplace, payments platforms, investment platforms, social networking, and communications. So this is when you are a platform that enables exchange. Or you can be a platform that enables someone to make something. So in those areas you will have closed development platforms. So if you are more into something more physical, controlled development platform, open platforms, and content platforms. So if we start thinking of the same model that those companies applied to address a specific market, and you think of the area where you are specialized, so you start uncovering so many opportunities. And one interesting thing here is, at the moment that I have these early adopters or the first movers, so if I have an Airbnb, suddenly I will start having clones of platforms. And by the way, if Airbnb got funding of 794 million, the Wimdu, which is a clone platform that does more or less the same thing, they've got 90 million of funding. So, I mean, it doesn't mean that looking up to someone that was the first mover is something that you cannot do anymore, especially in our region. And I say especially in our region because there are so many platforms out there that we could be launching here, and the only person that we need is you, someone from your company, to get this moving. All right, so as I said, this is basically the combination of using the network effect, so the more people use the platform, the more value the platform has, and finding the demand scale. So you're not looking at the supply, you're looking at the demand. So this is more or less the mechanics behind the platform. And one important topic here is the frictionless entry of platforms. So the easier for me to enter the platform and start exchanging value, the better. Fair enough? So this is just to share with you a little bit of the concept of the platform. Now, let's make money. So how we can get a mindset of making money out of it all? First, you can look at customer experience. I love design, as we saw here. I love customer experience. This is one huge area where we can focus and really making money by understanding the customer, looking at top-line growth from customer experience in digital platforms, all the customer touch points. But also you have the operations. And this is a very interesting area where we have so many opportunities right now. And finally, you can really think of a completely new business model and be extremely disruptive. So customer experience, how can we look at examples here? The one that I love is Under Armour. Under Armour could be a very boring company. However, the CEO of the company, see how he thinks of his own company. Think about the fact that you know more about your car than you know about your body. This is the mindset. And then he comes back to the organization and tells them, when we think about our competition, we aren't worried about the next shoe that someone is going to build. We are thinking about the competition that doesn't exist yet. And we are thinking about it from a digital perspective. So you see, it sets the tone. So when we have the leadership, and this is one of the topics we spoke here, this is what happens. You have so many digital services that comes around a company that you probably think of them selling shoes, right? So with the data that comes out of those services, they know in a geolocation every single thing that is happening with their users. So they can predict their behaviors, they can be more relevant to all of them. Okay? Another one that we've been working as SAP is Disneyland. So they're using wearable, so I can enhance my experience while I'm going to the parks. This is pretty much straightforward, less time, and they can even use that as an upscale. So if you are in our hotels, you receive this device. If you're not in our hotels, you don't have access to it. So it's a way to drive new revenue for them. You could think of the car as a platform. So if I think of the experience of a driver and I try to connect everything around the ecosystem of a driver, from the consumer, the channels, and the services aggregators and the operators of those cars, and instead of paying the gas station, I pay the platform, or could be your platform. Do you understand where I'm coming from? This is a huge opportunity. It's just the mindset that we need to be in place. Operational efficiency. Think of buildings. Okay? You can be a platform that collects data from the buildings, use that data to save energy, use that data to make better decisions about maintenance, predict what's going to fail, and react in real time. So it's a platform that has to do with energy management, for instance. And I just added one slide, and I heard our colleague from Siemens, and I got inspired because actually MindSphere runs SAP. So let's see this one.
If there's one truth in IoT, it's all about connection. You need to be able to connect an asset, but you also need to have a scalable platform. Siemens and SAP together can seamlessly do that. From the machine to the app, back into the ERP system. Makes perfect sense. Siemens Digital Factory is a division within Siemens that produces all the solutions around automation, and the new joint product we do together is SAP MindSphere, which is an open IoT platform for applications in the manufacturing space. It's really high precision work. You collect data, for example, out of a drive, so you can predict when the drive will fail and which part of the drive will fail. And if you know that in advance, you can really avoid the downtime and save money. So we're talking, in mining, we're talking about $500 to $1 million per hour.
All right, so this is pretty much saying what's the role of SAP. So you come up with an idea like Siemens, it's a very good idea. SAP enabled that idea to happen from a software perspective. So I will go a little bit quicker. So this is using the washroom. And so you can create a platform for the washroom, basically information that's coming from the washroom, and I can maintain that washroom. So I can go back to a hospital and claim that I'm doing the hospital of the future by connecting the washrooms. So you see, simple idea and execution that makes sense. If we go in that direction, it's limitless. The business value that you can capture, and this is what we see from many of our customers, from small customers to big customers, it's so many business value that you can capture. So really, there is a huge opportunity out there. From a new business model, you have at least 5 options. You can either reinvent an industry like Apple, as simple as that, or you can think of substituting products and services, creating new digital businesses like Under Armour did, reconfiguring the value delivery model. So if you're a B2B, you have a little bit more touch of your B2B, B2C, so you're a B2B2C kind of model, or you can rethink the value proposition. So if you're selling air conditioning, now you sell the data that comes out of the air conditioning. Okay? As I said, the role of SAP is to give you the platform components that enable you to create all those digital capabilities. So we are in the digital capabilities, and we are a co-innovation partner with you for the digital leadership, and this is the role of SAP. So we have from our platforms everything that is required for you to achieve this. We have platforms that focus on the user, focus on the customer, understand what they have done, what they are doing now, what they may do, so you are able to provide real-time individualization and contents that are relevant to them. You can focus on having this omni-channel platform, so you can react to your customers anywhere, anytime. And you are able to have a single view of the customer. This is the foundation for any of your capabilities going forward. You should be able also to listen to the social media and use that information to treat your customer differently. And basically, dealing with anything. So the chair you're sitting right now will be disrupted because someone will put sensors on those chairs, and I know the utilization of those chairs during the event. So this is the Internet of Things. And if you want to know more about Internet of Things from SAP, it's called SAP Leonardo, from Leonardo da Vinci. Right? Good. So conclusion here. The time to act is now, and I truly believe that personally. So the digital masters from that book demonstrates through a huge survey that those digital masters, they are much better financially from a revenue generating perspective and from a profitability perspective. And this doesn't include companies like Apple, Google, or these digital natives, are normal companies using digital transformation. And it just requires you to start somewhere, and this somewhere is to decide what initiatives are critical to face the new digital future ahead of you and the right capabilities. So what I love about this chart is that if you have time, you can explore whatever you want. If you don't have time, you can either make a partnership and acquisition, or if you want to do it in-house, you can look at your core and simplify your core to redesign everything that you have. Or, one good suggestion for you, go to a greenfield and start something new. We call it an on-the-side strategy. Leave the core running and do something new on the side. Okay? This is a greenfield digital engagement. With that, I thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker will present a case study to demonstrate the realities of digital transformation. Why is it critical for every company, irrespective of size or industry? Let's find out. Mustafa Kariba, COO, Abu Dhabi Financial Group.
Hi, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. First, I want to thank Gina and Nadeem for the invite. And as I was invited to speak here, I thought to myself, what could I possibly add value, like the likes of Siemens or SAP and IBM, etc. However, I wanted to present, from an investment perspective. So I'm not an innovation guy, I'm not a technology-driven guy. Neither is our firm, although we have a technology silo of which we choose to invest through. However, getting a view from an investment professional or investment firm is very, very important. I'll tell you a little bit about ADFG for those of you who don't know us. Abu Dhabi Financial Group is an Abu Dhabi-based investment manager. We manage approximately $5 billion, and we do so in three distinct silos. The first is financial services, the second is real estate, and the third is technology. Essentially, all of our platforms or all of our investments have a technological aspect to them. Just so I don't have to reiterate what everybody else has said before me, and more eloquently, I must say, I'm just going to go through a little bit of what my thoughts are in terms of technology, innovation, and the challenges that face SMEs, because essentially the forum here is to provide SMEs with a better understanding of how to navigate the waters that we stand in today, whether it's innovation, whether it's survival, whether it's financial capabilities, and so forth. So I'm just going to go through a few slides until I get to what essentially I wanted to present, which is a case study that's specific to ADFG and what we've done to embrace technology and innovation and how that has helped us. So challenges that face SMEs today, again, it's lack of optimized solutions, lack of access to information, new entrants into the market, of which have been mentioned all before. These all contribute to the challenges that face the SME market today from an innovation perspective. Obviously, SMEs make up a huge percentage of the GDP growth of this region at approximately 40%. I'll move away from the slide so you can see, sorry. 40%, but yet they face multiple challenges. And these challenges encompass themselves in several aspects of the everyday workings in business. So lack of optimized business processes, which means that there are plenty of inefficiencies. Companies are not investing properly to get to the next stage of innovation. They're stagnating. They're having to compete with those that come in and have better technology, better product, better customer experience, and experience has been, spoken about in ample today. Is innovation critical for every aspect of business? Absolutely. It doesn't matter whether it's like our industry, you're an investment environment, or whether it is a delivery of product, or even delivery of food and manufacturing of food. Innovation is very, very critical. It's got, product, business models, and business processes all make up the business environment that you operate in. Today they talk a lot about, and my team has mentioned it here in the slides, disruptive technology, disruptive technology, disruptive technology. In my humble opinion, this is an enhanced technology. Disruptive technology simply means that they've taken an existing technology and done it better, or have created a new product in an environment where this product didn't exist. I saw a few presentations back where they spoke about an industry that started in the 1970s and moved up, and they had to reach 100 million, it took them 10 years, 100 billion revenue, and then it took 2 years for another company to do so. But what we forget is that at that time, that company used the optimal technology available for them at that moment. And 2 years ago, the new companies that are coming about are using the optimal technologies that are available for them today. And in the future, it will be the same thing. If you don't innovate, and if you do not keep up with the pace, you will eventually become obsolete. So, brings me to the next point. How relevant is technology and innovation in being relevant to the market? So, essentially, in a world where everybody's connected, in a world where, this says 90% of the population using smartphones by 2025. And there's 20.4 billion IoT devices connected by 2020. So everything is driven by technology and innovation today. Everything in the sense that the way we do business today is definitely going to be much more enhanced and much more susceptible to other challenges coming in the future. So from an investment perspective, we look at technology to bring in new sources of revenues, additional customer channels, and we also look at tackling the problems of ample information, access to markets, and even geographical boundaries. Geographical boundaries, although technology and data flow very, very easily between continents, but geography is still relevant because your consumers are specific and specific geographies and so forth. So we have to be very much wary in mind. How do people embrace technology? So you either acquire new skills or you develop and innovate and become a leader in creating new business processes. Nothing is easy, unfortunately. So I'm going to move now to the slide that I really wanted to discuss, or the couple of slides, is how ADFG has embraced innovation and technology. We're not an SME, but nevertheless, it's a good example of how us, a company, a multi-billion-dollar asset manager, still needed, even though we're successful at what we do, still needed to embrace innovation and technology. Now, it's worthy mentioning that we're not only trying to become leaders in disruptive technologies, but we've already become leaders in disrupting markets. So ADFG has always been a pioneer in terms of the investment activities that we conduct, and we've disrupted the local way of investing and thinking. And it has, paid back multiples in dividends. Our most recent fund, which is a constructive activism fund, has a track record of 430% IRR, and that's predominantly also technology-driven. So how did we embrace innovation in case points? So I will discuss Maisonette. One of the platforms that we invest through, or one of the silos of our investments, is real estate. Real estate encompasses a large part of our investments, and not only locally, but globally. So we're centric in London, and we're also Eastern European and GCC exposure. Maisonette is a real estate ERP solution with complete sales cycle management and financial management modules. Early last year, we realized that we've got so much real estate property investments, both from a development aspect as well as yielding plays and hospitality, and we've been monitoring them in a very much traditional way, how the industry has been doing it for so many years. Then we realized in order for this to make more sense for us and for us to be able to extract more value from this investment, we needed a platform that will allow us to control, manage, monitor, and possibly exit or add to this existing platform. So we looked around and found a company called Mesonet. And through our technology silo, we do two things. We develop in-house technologies, and the other side of the coin is that we invest in companies that have a technology that will help us do our business better, which is the main problem. So Mesonet features a real estate development project to track and manage all materials, all contracts, all service providers in these projects. It has a CRM. It controls, manages, and monitors our lease and sales agreements, as well as post-data checks for those rental properties that we have and so forth, which was an impossible task to do on an Excel sheet previous to this. Automating it made it so much easier. Finance and reporting, we do monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, and annual reporting, and all now through Mesonet. And we customized the software for Abu Dhabi and Dubai and the 7 Emirates, where we've got a predominant existence, but as well for central London and Eastern Europe. So how did we do this? So before Mesonet, like I said, we had plenty of staff doing all different kinds of functions, all to come to a conclusion at the end, one simple report that now is being produced solely by a company called Mesonet. So today, we own a significant share in Mesonet, because not only did we see the value in the company and in the product that they're delivering, but Mesonet also helps us run our business better, which is very, very important. Forgive me, I'm not going to go through point by point, but I'm just trying to illustrate the fact that innovation and technology is very, very important, even for the investment industry. And you guys have been inundated with information previous to this. In conclusion, Mesonet has become one of the pillars of our technology platform. And it's done so by providing us with a solution that makes our lives easier and makes the lives of our investors easier. So our investors now get a monthly report highlighting all their investments, how their portfolio has been performing, and allows them a clear insight into what has historically been a difficult thing to do. Now, one aspect of technology that I haven't heard anybody speak about, but it's very, very important for everybody to understand, is the ethical responsibility behind technology or associated with technology. So everybody says about robots playing in Brazil, robots and machines, manufacturing anything from cars to delivering drones for Amazon and so forth. But there's an aspect of ethical awareness that we need to be very, very wary of, and I call for everybody to do so. The co-founders of LinkedIn and eBay, I believe, had invested $20 million in an AI ethical investment platform, and that's just to ensure that the human element of technology is not eroded. If everything becomes technologically driven, then what do we do with the human capacity that we have and we need to address? And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for listening in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you are taking notes. Our next speaker is here to explain why cybersecurity is a global threat, and we are all potential targets. Armin Haspini, Senior Security Researcher, Kaspersky Lab.
Hello, everyone. Awesome to be here. Thank you for your presence too. So my name is Amin, and I'm a Senior Security Researcher with Kaspersky Lab, also board member at Securing Smart Cities, a non-profit international organization working towards enhancing the information security issues around smart cities. It's really interesting to be here today. I haven't heard a lot about information security yet, but I'm here to tell you a little bit about the things that we see are also important. As we move to a world with all digital-based technologies and all digital-based products and services, and we rely on them to do our daily things, living, driving, cars, hospitals, we just mentioned schools, government services. Everything is stored somewhere in a digital manner. And if we are going to rely on them to run our business and depend on them, then we have to also be careful about issues of information security. So we start by a small number, like some numbers. We see that the increase in the number of attacks is really large, and that is, of course, due to the fact that we rely increasingly on digital services and digital technologies, right? And they are even more important for us. Even here in the region, things are a bit more critical, a bit different. We live in a region which is moving very fast, changing very fast, highly competitive, wealthy too. Add to that a large geopolitical influence, right? And we all are to suffer from that, whether we like it or not, and we definitely need to adapt, and we are definitely facing more challenges than other regions around the world. But that is, again, a better thing towards our maturity and for us becoming ready and smart before anyone else, which is good for everyone. So we see the attacks categorized in multiple types or multiple levels. We see, of course, the mass level of attacks, which we receive all the day, spam, etc. Some banking attacks, Facebook accounts, simple stuff. We see the targeted level of attacks, upper, which is more towards stealing intellectual property of your organization, or maybe robbing your bank accounts. And they are happening a lot, especially here in the UAE. And by a lot, I mean like really a lot. And the issue is that you probably don't know about the incidents. And when they happen, people are afraid on their reputation, on their like clients, so they try to hide it. They try to hide what is happening. So basically, it's a single case that gets repeated again and again and again and again, and no one really learns anything from it. So this is actually what things look like. We all look like our organizations, we try to make them look as good as possible, but we really need to be careful about information security issues. They can actually destroy our businesses. And it's not only about the business, it's also about being legally liable in front of the government, in front of our clients, and our reputation, our services. It all could be stolen from us. And to explain a little bit more, I'm showing here a small example of a research that we've done last year. So this is from August. This was published in August 2016. And we've since published many things related to attacks in the region. I'm pretty sure that most of you don't know about. but because it's more on the research side of information security. But again, these are relevant to attacks happening on organizations in the region. You probably have heard about Shamoon, right? Anyone heard about Shamoon? Shamoon attacks? Wiping malware? One? Oh. So Shamoon attacks, they are wiping techniques or wiping malware that gets implemented inside organizations, and then it wipes everything, deletes everything. And they, in the last 3 months, they have wiped around 20,000 devices in the region belonging to 25 plus organizations. And that's definitely something to know about. You can probably find a lot about that in the news. Again, back to our example, since we have a short time. This is a fake email sent by attackers to organizations in UAE and the region. And this was used to infiltrate the organizations. The attachment actually does not have a payment advice copy. It actually has malware inside, and whenever the user opens the attachment and double-clicks on the content or the file inside, they will get infected. Attackers would then take control over their system, spy on their browsers, steal their passwords, collect their bank information, etc., etc. They can also activate the cameras, the microphones. They would do things in 2 ways. They would either rob the bank accounts or actually steal design and intellectual property of the organization and sell it on the underground, or what is called the black market. So, what were the organizations targeted? Industrial, engineering, shipping, pharmaceutical, manufacturing, mostly SMEs. And that's why I'm showing this example here today. This is very relevant to SMEs. Example, attacked victims, CEO, COO, GM, deputy general manager, finance manager, export manager, etc., etc. Victims distribution, there were 19 victim organizations inside UAE. And that's also part of why I'm showing this today. Mostly SMEs. SMEs are, in many cases, less aware of information security. They think that they're small, they're more on the low-profile side of things, and believe that they have nothing really interesting for attackers, right? But that's not how things work, really. We need better awareness of information security issues, not only assigning 2 people, IT and IT information security, like a small team which could do the job, etc. No, we actually need a better culture within the employees' space, because they are the ones triple-clicking everywhere. And that's our weakness. That's the weakness in our chain. So, part of our investigation, we will actually able to get access to the stolen data in cooperation with law enforcement agencies. And this is an example. Again, I'm showing this to let you know how things do work, or how things actually happen. This is the list of accounts stolen from one of the users inside UAE. He is COO at an organization, an industrial/manufacturing organization, and all of his accounts were robbed. I have replaced the identifying information, so it's safe to show this, to let you know. And it's easy. And it happens within seconds. Something gets installed, it activates, starts collecting things automatically, and send them to the attackers. it's important to be aware, not paranoid. Paranoia is more of a short-term thing. Information security needs to be embedded and implemented in everything that we do, even in our homes and through our cooperation with our family and our children. We need to enhance our awareness and our culture of the information security issues, what to do when something happens, where to click, where not to click, how to know that something is really deceptive or fake and trying to get us. We haven't even started speaking about ransomware yet, and we won't because we don't have a lot of time. But I'll be sharing a little bit of tips on what you could do to enhance your security status. And this is not product perspective, this is not product specific. These are things any organization should do. Identifying the source of the threats. Is it email? Do you have a website? Do you have a database? Where are the things that could go wrong? Analyzing the threats. And then your employees could do that, or you probably could need some help from some specialists. But again, identifying the sources of the threat and identifying the risk and the damage that could happen. If you don't know about that, then you have some work to do. Reporting the threats and controlling the threats. When we know we have issues, and I am sure anyone and everyone has issues, we can action them. We can then move into solving these issues or trying to limit them or mitigate them. Essential measures that are more technology related include application whitelisting, which is allowing specific applications. I don't need to allow everything inside my organization. You can only allow specific files and executables to run and stop everything else. It's not as difficult as one might think. And once it's done, it's really, really helping organizations secure themselves. Patch management, updates on all of the devices. A lot of people still tell me, like, do I really need to update? The updates are there for a reason. They don't only offer you features, new features, but they offer you, in many cases, fixes to security problems that could help an attacker take full control over your devices. Disable macros inside Microsoft Office or unwanted macros. And this is also being intensively used, especially here in the region, to attack the users. Application hardening, that's specific to the extensions inside your browsers. We all love browsing and we all use browsers and we probably have a bunch of them, but again, we need to be aware of what gets installed inside of them. That's also another thing. And that could be listed under application whitelisting. Restrict admin privileges. That is something also that we see it is very important, controlling who has access to everything, because in many organizations, a single person has what we call domain admin, and if his account got stolen or robbed, or he was even physically pushed to share his password, then the whole organization is gone. Daily backups. Also, that is very important to take regular backups of your services and data. And make sure backups work. Make sure you can recover services from these backups. That's also something that we've seen happening. Multi-factor authentication is one of the issues that we see are very relevant and sure would help into better securing the organizations and securing access to the online users. Multi-factor authentication is a matter of having something other than your password, SMS or code that gets generated on my mobile app, etc., etc. We hope we've been able to help out, clear things a little bit, make you aware more of the information security issues that threaten not only our organizations, but also our society and our homes. And thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is here to talk about the practicalities of digital transformation and highlight the different phases you have to go through during the process. Atif Rafiq, Director, Al Sharqi Shipping.
Hello. How is everyone doing today? Look, to get your attention, I can jump around on the stage or do a little push-up, but I have to ask the organizer to pay me extra. So it's your choice. Welcome, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today. So the whole day has been dedicated to digital transformation. Why is it such a mystery? Why is it that the whole day we've been talking about digital transformation? Why is everyone just thinking about it but not doing anything? I will tell you all of that in a couple of minutes, but before that, I have to really scare you. And I mean really scare you all. So here's a warning, right like a retro style from the 1980s. The following content is gonna, in the next 10 minutes, is gonna prompt mixed emotions. Some of you will experience discomfort. Some of you will experience a little bit of an aha moment. Due to your concern for your well-being, I ask you to look around and ask your neighbor their permission to hold hands. So if it's all right, hold hands. So let the scaring begin. Statistics, dark statistics have proved that the average lifespan of an S&P 500 company was 65 years in 1960. In 1980, it was 27 years. Now, or back in 2015, it was just 15 years. So ask yourself a question, why? So by the end of every slide, I would like you to internally think about it, why? Why is it happening? Some more scaring and some more dark statistics. %88 of the Fortune 500 companies are no more there with us as of today. God bless their souls. So ask yourself again, why? Why is it the Compaqs? Who here remember Compaq? Woolworths? Okay, there we go, awesome. They are no more there on the list anymore. Only 12% of the original members of the 1955 list remains today. Again, ask yourself a question, why? So let's take a breather here. Let's try to understand, try to figure out why, what was the reason, what it could have been. Do you guys think it was innovation? Or perhaps it was a fierce competition? Or was it emerging markets not being in the right place at the right time? Or R&D? Maybe they have not big budgets for R&D. Who knows? So if this room agrees that one of this could be a reason, I have to say that you're 100% wrong. Usually I get a laugh on that point. So Here is why I say that none of those are the reason. Nokia, let's take an example of Nokia. Nokia, in spite of owning 30% of the world mobile GSM patent, they are still struggling to find themselves relevant in today's day and time. Kodak. Kodak invented the first digital camera technology, but failed to capitalize on that. General Motors. They produced the first electric car almost 20 years ago. And now, look at them. They're playing catch up with Tesla. So you ask yourself, okay, those could be the reason why. This could not be the reason. Then what it is? What is it? The single biggest reason is digital. Says who? Says this smart person on the screen. Who's the CEO of Accenture, a company that works with 3/4 of the Fortune 500 companies. So he's a smart person in the room, and he says it is digital, and he says that's the biggest contributor for the companies who are no more on the list of the Fortune 500 company. That's the single biggest reason. Some additional proof. Are you guys being scared? So Harvard Business Review did a survey and asked top executives in all industries to, in their each industry, what is digital disruption and when can they expect it? And everyone in the results said that they are expecting it in the next 12 months. How alarming is that? And rightly so. If you look at the startup landscape right now, especially those with unicorn status, companies who are worth more than $1 billion in market capital, they are creeping up in every single industry, every industry you could think about. Be it traditional, like real estate, hardware, or even healthcare, to the internet and many other. And if you analyze them by the year, if you see it in the graph, look at and if you can point out and see that their rate at which they are coming into the market, this unicorn club is getting crowded by every year. Imagine the pressure it puts on your business and on ours. So my question to everyone here in this room is, are you ready to swim or are you ready to sink with the wave of digital disruption? It is coming. It has already done immense damage, or I would rather say that it's changed the way business is being done in music industry, photography, TV, news. So you can't just sit around and wait for it to disrupt your business. Have you guys been scared enough? Huh? So if I suggest, if you're still holding hands, to let go, it's fine, you gotta relax. Today I stand here not as a success story, but as an agent of hope, to inspire action, to tell you guys, if we are an SME, if we can do it, an organization that is 28-year-old in UAE, if we can do it, you guys can do it as well. For those of you who don't know our organization, I'm part of Al-Sharqi Shipping. We are from a very boring and traditional and relationship-based industry that's called shipping and logistics. It sounds boring, isn't it? So we are a made in UAE. We have been in operation for the last 28 years. And in 2015, we were awarded the top 100 SME by Dubai Economic Department. among other 4,500 companies that applied for it. Some more accolades. We are recipients of multiple awards from our industry. We have expanded our operations in Asia, Africa. We're nowhere near the titans of our industry globally, but we are, regionally, we could say that we are one of the top 15 or maybe top 20. So how does a 28-year-old organization stay relevant and keep growing? That's the question we're going to answer. We challenge the old way of thinking. We challenge it every day. And we change a lot. We have changed a lot of things in our organization, from traditional to digital. The traditional way of doing things are you have different departments with different systems and working in silos. We have changed that to business functions, starting from the HR, finance, operation, all under one ERP, and that is in cloud. Who remember here is working with Excel operationally and stuff like that? Awesome. I see one hand. How many other hands can I see raised up? Awesome, 3, 4. So we have changed that to the new way of thinking is on mobile, sophisticated mobile and cloud-enabled ERP. Internal communication, this is a good one. Internal communication, the BCCs, the CCs, we have removed emails from the equation for our internal communication. We have changed that to Workplace by Facebook. And this has removed that CC and every morning you come in the morning and you see like 100, 200 emails sitting in your inbox. Most of them are CCs. So we've removed that. And for the external communication, which mostly relies on emails, we have moved that to help desk and knowledge base and ticketing system, live chats, that kind of stuff. 6 offices at the end of the month reporting. We have changed that to transparent and real-time reporting across all offices. We used to be paper-based, now we are paperless. So what have we done on the customer side? Customer side, we have, what we have done on the customer side is that we have given our customer a mobile portal, which is a 24/7 available access that is available for them on their mobile or their desktop. We have personalized omni-channel experience. You could reach us out on Facebook, you could reach us out on Twitter. Any way possible you want to reach us out, we have a centralized system. We gather all the communication and then we resolve them. Real-time visibility and monitoring. We provide our customers that. And soon enough, we'll be coming out with our own version of an Uber-like app that's going to give another dimension to our customers. So they say, there is a good saying that says that you're as strong as your weakest link. And you would ask us this question that what's our weakest link? Our weakest link are our ground staff, our champion drivers, our champion mechanics, our delivery staff. Those are the people. Those are our weakest link. So how digital are we? So here's the ugly truth, ladies and gentlemen. All my champions, all of them have a tablet or a smartphone and a printer installed in their trucks, in their vans, in their cars. They print their paper, they troubleshoot mechanical problems over Skype or Facebook, and they do all of this on the go. They don't stop for anything. So you might ask, okay, fine, what's the secret sauce then? What is it that worked for us? I have boiled it down to 3 main ingredients that I feel is worked for us. 1, our management rotation program. So we are a family-based business, and we have 5 siblings. All 5 of us have to start right from the ground, from the scratch, in the organization, do a rotational program every year in that department, and graduate to the next department. But here's a fascinating thing. It's not just any other management rotation program. Each department, each rotation is 6 months training in that department, and then the next 6 months is leading that department. So every sibling that comes into the business, they have to start from the ground, understand the business, improve the system, and change it for the better, and then leave it for the other person. And another person has to come in and do the same thing. So each time anyone comes into that program, improves the system and brings in new technology, new way of thinking, new ideas. And then our culture. Our culture is amazing. We have promoted new ideas. We hire people who are from the new age of thinking. We have a very trial and error based approach to new ideas. We see something works, we say, okay, that's great. If something doesn't work, hey, push it aside. Let's go on to the next thing. What can an organization like yourself can do now? What can you guys do? And if I want to leave you guys with something of a value that what you can start doing right now, is I want to leave you guys to inspire to commit to the cause. It does not happen overnight. It cannot happen overnight. It took us 7 years or probably a decade to transform and get everyone into the new way of thinking. So commit to the cause. Build a culture around it. Find people who come from a new age of thinking. Promote them. Use their ideas. And finally, build a role that can speed up this transformation. A digital officer, chief digital officer. Because it cannot be anywhere in the lower end of the management. It has to be right there at the C-level, so that they have the relevant power, they have the relevant authority to promote those changes and make it happen. Or else it won't happen. And lastly, I want to leave you guys with one beautiful quote that I've heard somewhere. Future is not a place that you have to go to. Future is something that you create now, today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed it.
Technology is forcing us to reimagine, rehash, and rethink traditional business models. But are we ready for this change? We now present our second panel discussion for the day to address this question. The panelists are Jan Mracek, Managing Partner, MH Advocates of Law, and Maurice Bald, Managing Partner, Clavis Aurea Group.
People, good day to you. I've been tasked by the organizers to do one thing, which is space you until the most important thing of the day, which is lunch. And as we know, perhaps you don't know me, but I was retained not because I'm active in digital, because I've been here from a very boring country, Switzerland, active in a very boring field of activity, law. And actually, I thought that was not for me, so I moved to Dubai and I set up a platform which works with people like you, with entrepreneurs. And today we work with more than 1,000 SMEs in Dubai trying to push up their business. And in that capacity, of course, we have acted with many people witnessing their digital evolution, revolution. we also see a lot of disturbers coming to the market with new ideas, and we try to help them to set up. So the organizer told me, would you awfully mind take 2 or 3 of these disruptors with you so that they can do what the speaker just did now, showcase what they have done so that you can do it too in your own businesses. And I said, no, I will not do that, I will do better. I will try to bring you a man who has been active in the digital, creative, marketing field for the past 20 years, a man that has set up and sold several businesses, who today works and operates a startup fabric, active in different fields, music, community, and other fields. But what interests us most of all, he's a guy that is active in the digitalization of business. His name is Maurice Balde. Maurice, please join me. I hope your microphone works, otherwise the good people will fix it. Try it out.
Thank you. Check, 1, 2. Can everybody hear me? Yes. No? Yes, now. Now I can hear myself. All right.
Very good. So, Maurice, welcome, and thanks a lot for taking the time to be here with us today. My first question to you, is everything about your background accurate? Something, a small nugget that you want to pepper straight away?
No, I think it's pretty much accurate. What he said was a nice introduction, and it's obviously a bit diverse, especially with the music is kind of an outlier to most of the other stuff that we're doing. So yeah, it was pretty correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are here talking digital transformation. In this context, what exactly would you define as a business design, your core competence today?
Well, business design is a name we came up with. We didn't really hear that name before. Basically, you know, Clavis Aurea Group is, like you said, a startup factory. And under the Clavis Aurea Group, we have 4 subsidiaries. And one of them being Magnitude Business Design is our service layer for companies where we do the digital transformations. So we just wanted to give it a better name for people to really grasp what it is about, and didn't always say like we do digital transformation. We call it business design, and it doesn't have to be necessarily digital, but in that context, it surely utilizes benefits of digital and sometimes just the way of thinking to it. You know.
And how do you enter that space? How do you get into business design?
Well, in our case, it was basically prior to founding Clavis Aurea, my business partner Michael and me, we were actually working at a company called Aperto, where we developed backend solutions for web IT backend solutions for companies like MBC.net. We built the CMS backend, for example, and that company was acquired by IBM in 2015, late 2015. And when we still worked at Aperto, we actually had a lot of time client briefs and marketing, web portals, digital marketing questions. And whenever we faced that RFPs and pitches, we actually very often questioned the brief itself. So we looked at the RFPs and we said, that makes no sense. Or we said it could be done better. And we actually made it hard for ourselves because, you know, in a way, we never answered the brief. We went back and said, like, let's do it completely different. And some companies obviously said, you failed the brief, we don't want it. Some other companies were intrigued and said, like, oh, that's interesting what you came up with, it's something different, but we're open to that. But you guys suddenly tripled the budget requirements, and, you know, so we're not sure if we want to go there. And even if they would like to, then they had to start the whole process of, you know, confirming budget and timelines again, even if the profit maybe afterwards might be 10 times bigger. So that way, we kind of did that in the past, and that wasn't really our business, but once we exited out of Aperto with the IBM acquisition, we then decided to make that our dedicated business. and be much more strategic other than just the executional layer of web IT services.
I see. And now you offer that to third-party businesses. So if we talk about this, and we had some very good examples of businesses that have been disturbed before that, which industry in general do you see today as fresh for the most disruption?
Well, I guess what is currently very aware to most people is that the news industry is obviously changing. If anybody, probably everybody, followed the presidential election in the US. Recently, you had the term of fake news, and the whole concept of how to receive your information nowadays is very different. It used to be all television, and you could say basically everything you get from television is necessarily the truth. Nowadays, I would say it's, there's no real truth anymore. There's many different sources that have to be considered, and the original TV stations, they get challenged by independent news organizations online. For example, Young Turks is an example. They have over 3 million subscribers online, and I think over 1 billion clicks so far. So this is a huge challenge for the established companies in that field. Though the online news outlets are still struggling with financing and also decentralizing, let's say, some of their correspondence and all that stuff. They don't have the infrastructure like the big media groups, but it will come soon, and that will definitely make it much, much tougher for the established television channels.
We discussed some industries now, media, that is already being disturbed. Put your Nostradamus hat. What is coming? What is coming next year, in 5 years? Which industry do you see are more ripe for future disruption?
Well, obviously, there's some very popular ones, which is, I would say, transportation. If you follow along what Elon Musk is doing, then you know transportation is one big one, space travel. Again, AI is a very important topic. This is the very aware ones, but generally speaking, I would say in order to know what's upcoming, you have to be looking also at demographic shifts, generations, see what's basically emerging out of the younger generations right now, and pick up trends in the early stage. So yeah, it's a lot of fields.
You mentioned pick up the trends early. What would be these signs, these trends of an industry shifting or about to shift, and how do you remedy these signs?
Well, I guess an important necessity is to get out of your own bubble that you're currently in, because everyone is obviously very involved in their existing business and they know very well of what they're doing. So it's very hard to adapt and even take sometimes something serious that you know, at the moment doesn't really look like a substantiated business undertaking. So in our field, or how we usually do it, is really try to be aware of everything that's happening in the world, which is tough. It's a lot of information gathering, and it doesn't necessarily have to be business related, because some businesses emerge out of, you know, fun or something very rudimentary in the beginning. So you just really have to be open-minded and listen to a lot of people, different sorts of people, and see what kind of information is being provided there.
This is interesting to me. I want to hear more. Something. Give me examples. How would you be retained? Come with a client that wants to change, that perhaps understands he has to change but doesn't know how. What method would you apply? How would you help him?
Well, what we usually do in the beginning is, well, we ask lots of questions. So obviously, let's say our business is not really attached to a specific field. So even though we consider ourselves to be very much in digital, we currently work with companies that do due diligence, we work with real estate, and it's not really our core business. And I would say prior to that, we had no idea about due diligence really in retail, same way. So when we got into that opportunity, we first have to make sure we understand really what this is all about. So we ask a lot of silly questions, partially, lots of good questions, I hope, and try to find out what their current problems are, growth problems, competitions, how they utilize digital or any other methods internally. And from that way, then we kind of question everything, which could mean that we even question their very existing business model at the moment and ask them to change maybe completely. And I think maybe taking real estate into consideration also. Let's say we currently work with ICD, for example, is Investment Capital Dubai. They also built a lot of skyscrapers, or how you call it, big buildings. And they have, let's say, some unique challenges. I cannot talk too much about the details, but let's say there is a challenge even nowadays if you consider a building and what a building nowadays have to provide. It's not necessarily enough nowadays to just say, like, we're going to rent retail space and F&B and it's going to work just fine. Because first of all, you have competition maybe right across the street from other outlets like the Dubai Mall or something like that. But also the online world is challenging now retail. For example, I don't remember when I bought the last time some jeans in a store. I order everything online. And so that is also a challenge to retail, and people have to be aware that this will be bigger and bigger in the future, especially with the new generations that are coming, get used to the internet.
You've not been in Dubai long enough. We actually go to the tailors here, I want to rebound on this real estate thing because, of course, it's our favorite topic here in Dubai. You mentioned having been retained by someone active in that space. How would you anticipate the other people in the industry feeling that disruption coming and reacting? How can one react to a field which is being disrupted?
If I understand the question correct, how can you react to?
I think we had an example before which was topical. We talked about Under Armour, which started just doing gym shirt, and when I was young and good looking, I used to wear them to play basketball, and it was a no brand. Then it grew up very big. Reaction from Nike and Adidas was to copy that, to adapt this disruption. So is it something that you would expect in other industries as well? Typically real estate?
Yeah, well, in real estate, it's a very unique field, real estate, because in a way you already generate value by just building a building on some plot, and that is already a smart investment. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you immediately have to find ways to monetize it if you're not the operator. So there's many different entities involved in that equation. So from an operator perspective, you might want to take on disruptive trends that go away from the standard mall concept. But from a, let's say, owner, real estate developer perspective, you're doing fine by building the buildings, So
we are talking digital transformation here. When you are retained by a client, when someone like the previous speaker start to implement a project, what are the key success factor of implementing a digital transformation, a digital strategy from you, the professional?
I think an important thing is to really be fine with change, and that doesn't just apply for the manager in charge, but for all the staff, right? Because everyone, in a way, most people don't like change. Maybe most people like to stick to what they know, what they learned, experience, and nowadays we would say it's much more important to be able to adapt and to learn, to take on new skills rather than to bank on experience. The experience is always the number one criteria for everyone to say, like, oh, this guy is very good, he's 20 years in the market, he knows what he's doing, he has that in their track record. But maybe with the challenges that your company is facing or the ambitions that you have, it's much better to have someone on your team who is able to adapt faster and take on new skills that might be very crucial to your, to your future endeavors. So I think that's something, the culture, implementing that culture of adaptation is a crucial element, and that is really key for every staff.
So to paraphrase the previous speaker, the secret sauce is accepting change.
Oh, I didn't hear that, but yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
A question to you is, put your Nostradamus hat again, your clairvoyant hat. What are for you the best digital business opportunities coming forward? You mentioned some of them. Please give us more.
Well, I said the news industry, of course, is the one that is currently being disrupted. We also work on something which is in regards to fact-checking and basically giving a rating system to the credibility of sources, which I think is very important nowadays. When I have discussions with somebody and says like, it's this and this and this, I always say like, what's your source? And then he might say CNN, or he says this outlet or this outlet. And based on that, actually, based on that source, you get a sense of the credibility of that information, right? So source rating and fact-checking is an important area. I also think the marketing in terms of digital influencers, the whole way of influencers, that is currently also utilized by a lot of companies that try to, get YouTube influencers with a lot of followers, or Instagram, to promote their products or services. It's something that I think is currently very basic, and also the way of cash flow in terms of monetization towards these people and how that budget is utilized within that process is still in the beginning. So that's something that will definitely change. And most of all, I think that the whole advertising industry is about to be completely changed in terms of marketing budget. I think it will become extremely cheaper, much cheaper, extremely cheaper than nowadays, which will make it very tough for advertising agencies in the future to charge the same rates and be that kind of middleman, I would say, because the creativity, I don't want to go into much detail, but let's say the position of being creative or marketing director in an agency and knowing what's the trend and how to put something in the market, that will shift away also in a more, let's say, crowdsourced approach, where the power of the masses will actually define what is working, and the trend will come from there rather than being developed in an ad agency from somebody.
That's very good news for all of you that are running an advertisement budget. You heard it here first. It will go down and you will do more business. Yeah. On this note, I will tell you one industry that is not going digital. This is the consumption of food. So I will thank you once again on behalf of the audience for these couple of nuggets of wisdom, and I wish you a good lunch and a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a lunch break for 45 minutes. We will be commencing the next session on time, so kindly return back to the room as soon as the next announcement is made. And this comes from someone who is not only an SME owner, but is also a seasoned industry expert. Nadeem Hood, CEO and co-founder, CPI Business.
Good afternoon. Before I start, can I request all of you to come to the front, please? Just a bit of exercise because we've given you lunch. Please, let's make it inclusive. Let's make it fun because we've got 4 more really interesting sessions for you guys to be. Thank you. So, you guys know that the format today was supposed to be 10 minutes, correct? Guess what? After lunch, the first speaker gets a 20-minute presentation. So you'll have to deal with me for 20 minutes. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to thank the sponsors and the partners, National Bank of Abu Dhabi, Etisalat, Dubai South, Dubai Properties, and all the rest of the fantastic partners we have today that actually made today possible. Now, yes, we've had a drop in audience after lunch, but I guess the theme of today was digital transformation anyway, right? So I was telling someone that it doesn't depend on the number of bodies in the room because we are actually streaming this conference live right on Periscope, YouTube, and Facebook, which means as of now, I've just been told that we've had 20,000 visitors actually visiting the live link from the morning. So I think a huge round of applause to our internal fantastic team and Gina who actually put this together. So I'm going to make it really quick. The reason I'm here is because I want to talk to you about something that we're going to do. So we've had 3 things that we've always kind of considered into the SME market. So technically, we know that having content that is relevant, having content that is required, and having content that is credible is very, very important. So we've heard the SME community for the last 13 years. We've made sure that every step of the way we've spoken to you guys, taken your feedback. You guys said, bring in a content platform, and we launched SME Advisor 13 years ago. To be honest, first couple of years, there was no traction for SMEs until 2006 happened. But we stuck to the plan and we said, here's a bunch of industries here calling themselves SMEs who actually had no support because the entire market was enterprise. We were then told by you guys that bring in a credible platform, bring in something that we can go to, we can network, we can meet other people, and then we said, okay, we will launch conferences like these, which are half-day conferences that allow all of you to kind of interact, network, meet with the people that actually matter. And then we said, you know what, for a bit of acknowledgement for the hard work that you guys do right throughout the year, we launched the SME Awards, which today is one of the largest activations that we do thanks to all of you. We then said, okay, you know what, there's a lot of discussion. What do we need to do in terms of training all of you? Because a lot of money is spent on training and a lot of SMEs don't have access to content. So thanks to National Bank of Abu Dhabi, I can see Aida and I think Thomas was somewhere here, is that they love to partner with them to launch something called the SME Academy, which was all around content. The idea with us always has been, how do you actually give access to content? Because if you look at it, in my era, I'm not that old, but we still used to use the encyclopedia for information. Then it went to Yahoo. Then this guy called Ask Jeeves came on board, if you guys remember. And then, we had Wikipedia, and now everything is Google, right? So information is available, but the problem with this information is professional information within a network that is responsible for all of our businesses is not available. Because ask us about it, because we've gone into operation a year ago independently as SME Advisor, and we've had major issues getting access to the right kind of information. Today, you guys probably saw around 13 experts, or some of them are there in the room, or even now, who are ready to give those, give that particular advice. But the problem with the SME community is you don't have that's what the regular, target for the service providers are. Now, some of us don't have access to that kind of money for the initial information that we want. So we've always believed that, that's the reason why all our conferences are for free, our trainings are for free. Everything that we do is catered towards the SME community to make sure that the The environment that we operate in, the environment that we've created with the SME advisor is 100% for the SMEs. Now, professional advice needs to be free. But what we need is, we cannot make that particular professional advice free without your help. And this is what we thought is going to help you with this. Let's have a look at it.
As a company owner, you're constantly faced with the never-ending tirade of strategic business advice. Do this and your business will grow, or tweak this and your business will expand further. Every event, every conversation, and every meeting is repetitive, with information that is important but not relevant. And there finally comes a time when you just want to cut out all the noise. You want to speak to someone that actually understands your business. Someone that is technical enough to address your challenges, but not too technical to forget the practicalities. Someone that, to put it simply, gets it. What if there was a way to get credible, resourceful business advice, catering to the unique challenges of your business with no strings attached? No fees, no hidden costs. Just good old-fashioned business guidance. Okay, you know we're building the suspense, so here it comes. SME Advisor presents its new knowledge exchange platform, SME Clinic. Our online portal allows SMEs to log in and get a health check in 3 simple steps. Choose a health test you'd like to take. Check your vital signs and tell us your symptoms. Finally, speak to the doctor. We're not going to claim that we are the first to do it, and we definitely won't be the last. So, what makes us different? The fact that we're building this platform in collaboration with you. We want you to be involved straight from the get-go and talk to us about your challenges, share the areas you require support in, and nominate the experts you'd like to hear from. But enough of us talking. Visit our website today and experience it yourself.
This particular platform is not going to happen without all of you getting involved with this. See, the idea that we are trying to do is have a clinic kind of approach where people come in, put in their basic details. So we have a file for them. Then we have the pre-analysis, which actually diagnoses their problem, and then we send them to the experts. Now, we're in no way trying to take the businesses out of the experts, but what we want to do is give them the necessary information so when they go into that expert, both sides are pretty clear about what is the information they're looking for, right? Now, I'd like to thank MHQ Associates, MHQ Advocates, I think Jan was somewhere here, he was giving a presentation, and SAP for being the founding partners for this, for actually being one of the 2 of the experts already on the platform to give advice. What we want you to do is you'll probably receive an SMS pretty quickly right now. I think you should probably have it on your phones already. We want you to go in there and nominate yourself. If you are an expert, if you want to give advice, you nominate yourself as an expert. If you think you need advice, we want you to go in there and actually fill in information about what is the kind of advice that you want. Because this is currently in beta phase. We've just soft launching it today. So what we need is we need a lot of input. Like we've said, we've always listened to you. We want to build this with you. And without all of you, without the SME community, this particular platform is not going to be successful. Now, the last question, why us? For the last 13 years, we've made one promise to you. And I think we've stuck to the promise, thanks to the fabulous partners and team that I have with me, is that we'll always make sure that we create an ecosystem for SMEs that have multiple touch points that allow you to run your business more efficiently. I think, alhamdulillah, after 13 years of running the publication, we've done a good job. Case in point is the great friends that I can see across the room, still sitting after lunch. But the whole idea is, we've made sure that the ecosystem that we built is built around you. So with that note, thank you for all being here, and I want you to look forward to the next couple of sessions that we have. But thank you, and hope you'll work with us to make this a success. Thank you.
Our next speaker goes right back to the basics, dissects digital transformation, and is ready to share some baseline guidance. Usama Nouri, Senior Strategic Consultant, Avaya.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking around after lunch. I was hoping that I'll be off the hook where everybody's leaving, but thank you for sticking around. Okay, let me get one thing straight before I start. The title is a clickbait. Don't expect me to answer this question for you. I mean, if you think about it, every organization should know its own customers, its industry, its competition, know when to transform and how. But if you don't, to be honest, you'll be having a bigger problem. But I'm sure this is not the case, and this is why you're all here. So for the next 8 minutes or so, let's talk digital transformation, shall we? Okay. Digital transformation. It's a form of organizational change, correct? And if you think about it, any organizational change should be linked to one main objective at a corporate level. This objective is increase shareholder value, yes? What does that mean? It means increase revenue, decrease cost, and enhance asset utilization. Do you agree? Hold that thought for a second. I want to illustrate this with a simple use case from the banking industry, and one service particularly. And this service is the instant account opening. Think with me for a second. If a bank has a customer, now remember, this is a service that's already been transformed, yes? Most organizations would think that digital transformation is about a facelift to their website or a redesign to their mobile app. That's not always the case. That's actually not the case at all. And they think that their customers would jump into their website or mobile app and start using it. But it really goes way before that. It goes at the awareness session, awareness phase. This is where marketing, digital communication, strategies play a big role in the enhancements and the success of digital transformations. This is where your customers know about the very existence of you and your digital services. So let's say that your customer now knows about your service. He goes ahead and starts searching for it. He goes to Google, he goes to the App Store, he goes to social media, probably asks friends, but he knows about the service now. This is where afterwards, he goes to your website. He starts filling the form. Remember, this is instant account opening, yes? So he starts filling the form. While he's filling the form, he faces a roadblock of some sort, technical or otherwise. But he notices that there is a help button that was there all the time. He goes ahead and clicks it, and he was presented with multiple channels to offer him help from the bank that he's interacting with. He gets the support he wants. A few days later, he gets the credit card, he gets his bank details. He's happy. This is an opportunity for the bank to reach out to him and follow up, gets his feedback, probably do some cross-selling. Now he's sitting there, he's happy, he's saying, I didn't move a muscle, and I opened a bank account, I received my credit cards, this is how it's supposed to be. So he goes ahead and starts sharing this information with his friends, with his families, with his wider world. Now think with me, let's go back to the main objective. Do you remember that main objective? Increasing shareholder value with the three things. Did this service increase revenue? Probably. Remember, a wider customer base. Did it reduce cost? Absolutely. Reducing footfall to the brick and mortar branches, right? Did it enhance utilization? Why not? 24/7 open branch online. So if you think about it, I mean, digital transformation is really much more complicated than that. But linking it to these business objectives is the first step to success. But let's go back to the component, social media component of digital transformation. And I'd like to share with you a personal experience. Last year, I was traveling to a customer, And before I traveled, I was contemplating between a couple of airlines. And for some reason, I don't know this lady, this feed popped up on my personal Facebook and Twitter accounts. I don't know why, I don't know how, I don't know her. She doesn't even have lots of followers or likes or anything, but it just pops up on my account. And immediately I made a shift from this airline to the other one. Now you might argue with me that it might not be the airline's problem, or it might be her problem, or the airport's problem, or some other problems that is not related to the airport or to the airline. But the matter of the fact is I made the decision. I shifted my decision from actually going with this airline to the next one. This is how powerful social media is. Now, another example, and I picked this up from the internet, is, and this is absurd. If you can see here, the airline actually responded with, our social media is only open from 9 to 5. Now, this is absurd. I mean, one would wonder, it blows your mind. You'll be thinking, what a terrible failure. I mean, that's something that you don't imagine from a multi-billion-dollar company, correct? On the bright side of things, social media being a big component out of the bigger digital transformation complex initiative, it has to be about proactive reach. It has to be about listening and reacting and proactive actions sometimes. And this is a very good example from Salesforce where someone just tweeted about an issue and immediately they opened a ticket for them. But if you think about social media as one component of the digital strategy, if you're part of the organizational strategy team or you're part of the CEO office and you're thinking about the digital transformation of your own organization, how do you think about it? I would zoom out, probably have a 10,000 feet view of my organization and think about the anatomy of an organization. Now, any organization, and I think you'd agree with me here, any organization would consist of employees, it would consist of customers or citizens in the case of governments, it would consist of value chain and business processes, yes? And finally, the thing that glues everything in our age is the infrastructure or technology. Now, if you look at this, almost all organizations or governments must have these four main components from within its organization. Now, feminists will look at this and say, oh yes, right, okay. Men are employees and women are customers. But don't judge me, yeah? I just picked up this from the internet. But the idea is, this is the main building blocks of digital transformation within an organization. You need to think of all these four building blocks. It's not just a redesign of a web page or a fancy mobile app that you need to have. It's really the engagement of employees, the engagement of customers, how you're automating your business processes, and how everything is built on a stable infrastructure that is your data center, your cloud, whatever you call, whatever you use for technology in your organization. Now, there's a study that has been conducted in Germany that showed asked the question, what is the main reason for leaders of organizations to restructure or change their own organization, change their own skin? And the number one reason was disruptive innovation or digital disruption. This is by far the number one reason for that. And this is why digital transformation is a solution for disruptive innovation in all industries. But if you think about it, there's a big gap. A study that was published in Forbes stated that 25% of surveyed CIOs understand what digital transformation is. But guess what? Listen to this. 88% of them are going through with it. Now, Einstein said, if you can't explain it, you don't understand it. Now, we think that if you don't understand it, don't do it. Otherwise, the repercussions will be catastrophe. And this digital gap, this is digital transformation gap, is what causing 70 to 84%, according to IDC and Forbes, of failure in digital transformation initiatives across EMEA. But what's the solution? We think that, first of all, the reason is people going about digital transformation and starting with technology first. That's wrong. Digital transformation is an organizational change. If you start with technology, you will end up with siloed initiatives and it will all go to failure. Probably the project itself will succeed, but then at an organization level, from the customer's perspective, it will fail. So what do we do? Let's put, I said strategy, but let's put it into perspective for a second. Every company will have its own corporate strategy, yes? It defines where they are going. It defines the main objective of their very existence. They have business strategies, correct? This is where you have your retail strategy, you have your product strategy, you have your ICT strategy as one of the business strategies. Now, digital strategy, which is the blueprint that defines how do you go about digital transformation, is defining what's the customer experience itself. So this is where it will have objectives from the customer's perspective, and then these objectives are linked or injected in each of the business units' objectives or strategies, and then aligned to the corporate strategy. If you have that monitored and sponsored by the CEO, if you have that executed and KPIs are injected in each of the business units' business strategies, chances of your success will be very high. Before I end, let me make sure that we all understand what is digital transformation. This definition of digital transformation that I picked up off the internet is very relevant, and I like it. It's an ongoing organizational change that encompasses every idea for a business that has a technology aspect to ensure remaining competitive and relevant in the organization's respective industry. Now, there are two key points or keywords here. First is ongoing, so it's not a project, it doesn't have a start and end, and it's every idea. So it touches employees, it touches business process automation, it touches customers, it touches infrastructure, everything you can think of. But still, I didn't like it that much because it's inward thinking. What I like to define digital transformation as is the effects or influences that technology has on human lives that causes it to change. The iPhone effect, the Uber effect. Think about the effect, the thing, the technology that you use that actually changed your own life. And if it's not you, it's these guys. Now, digital transformation is about building futures, building bright futures for these guys. And these guys, the last thing that they would do or want is to switch on their cars, drive through traffic, find a parking spot, go inside, take a number to open a bank account. They won't. They're looking for someone who's actually digitally transformed to meet their requirements and their needs. And if you're not going to do it, someone else will. I'm Osama Nouri from Avaya. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker wants you to put your people first. How do you take everything you've learned today and translate it into bite-sized solutions for your employees? Shushant Upadhyay, Partner, Middle East and Africa, Aon Hewitt.
Hi, very good afternoon. I can hear myself very loudly. Am I too loud or? Okay, all right, good, thank you. Let me start with a little story. Many years ago, when I graduated from my engineering college and joined my first job, in our company we used to use something called the 386 machines. How many of you remember those? 386 and 486, and then came the Pentium chips, right? And we were using those 386 and 486 machines, and we were using some engineering modeling that we were trying to do and write some code, use a software which did a lot of analysis for us. And it used to take that machine around 5 to 6 hours to do some of the modeling that we were doing. We used to run the program late in the evening and expect that by the time we come back in the morning next day, the analysis would have been finished. And my boss at that time, who was 20 years my senior, he asked me that, how much time does your machine take to do this? And I told him, boss, 5 to 6 hours. And he said, what nonsense, I can do it myself in 45 minutes because I know all the thumb rule formulas, right, as an engineer. And then arrived the first Pentium machines a few months later. And the first thing the IT guy told me is that, why don't you use your software on that machine now? I did it, it took 5 minutes. I'm not even going where Pentium 2s and Pentium 3s took it. And my boss, then I went back to him and I said, now it's 5 minutes, you still want to keep competing. And you know, with technology, one of the things with technology is that you cannot keep pace as human beings. Let's admit it. If a machine can do something, it will do it better than us. Even if it is not doing it today, in a few months, if not weeks, it'll start doing it better than us. So on that note, what I really wanted to do today very quickly, and I know there's a 8 to 10 minute time that we have been given, to really talk about that the whole context of digital transformation and how technology is becoming an integral part of how businesses are delivered and run. What does that mean for people, for talent in our organizations? And as SMEs, I can in particular understand, and I've worked with quite a few, worked with one before as a career, in my career as well, the implications of that are a little different, and I'll try to nuance it as we go along. So just, you know, you've heard a lot of this jargon before. I'm not going to delve deep into this, but essentially what is happening is that all the transformation that we are talking about, it is leading to a reconfiguration of jobs itself. It requires very different approach to sourcing skills. You might need something very urgently for 2 months. It might not be a job that we really want, you know, to hire for as a permanent role in your organization, but you need that skill set for a couple of months. And I was happy to see the platform that SME Advisor is launching, because it helps you source talent on demand quickly for coming in, doing a specific task, and getting out of the organization perhaps. So it means different things on-demand skills, learning to learn, I will talk a bit more about it, and man and machine working together. And that's a very, very important aspect of talent to move on how we work with others, changes to how we also work with machines. And then, of course, you know, from a talent perspective, how do we keep that employee base, whether they are temporary or permanent workforce, engaged and make them experience a good job with us? So I'll just talk about 4 key themes that I'd like you to take away a few key messages from. First of all, we need talent that is very comfortable with data. How many of us hire some people who are data analysts and can do a few analytics for us? How many of us have such people in our company who can do some analysis, look at data, you know, mine data, etc.? Now, I want you to do a paradigm shift. Right now, we are hiring a few people who understand data, can interpret data. I'll advise you to stop hiring anyone who cannot work with data. Because the biggest power of digital transformation, of technology transformation, is that we have oodles of data. We have so much data that the species called Homo sapiens is not equipped to be able to make any sense out of it. Get those people in who are comfortable with data and can work with data very effectively. A critical change to the skill set requirement of the kind of people that we should be hiring going forward. The second point I want to highlight is about ethics and empowerment. I'm calling it the return of ethics. And why is it that? You know, as we start using programs and softwares and technology apps for doing various things, we need to know what are the rules we are defining behind it. Because very soon, it's quite possible that machine cannot just analyze, an artificially intelligent machine can't just analyze data better than us, but perhaps can also take decisions better than us. But do we have the right framework and the legal framework around it? Can we say that a machine can take a better decision about whether this person performed better than this person in the performance appraisal, for example? Very soon, and talking as an HR practitioner, there'll be more data analysis that a machine can do to take a better decision. Some of you might have read the latest article in Harvard Business Review recently, and we are even saying today that 25% of the job of a CEO can be done better by a machine than by a human being. 25% of the job of a CEO. So technology is no longer looking at the color of the collar. that if it's a blue-collar job, if it's a lower-skilled job, technology can do it better, but for the top management, they do the job, human beings do the job better. That whole bridge is breaking. And it'll be important for us as organizations to really see that our people are able to work with data, get the right analysis from data, which machines can enable, but at the same time have the qualitative aspects and the ethical aspects, governance frameworks, decision-making frameworks defined clearly so that we don't cross the line when it comes to empowering machines to do things for us. The third, and I would say the most critical aspect, is about learning to learn. So if you have an employee in your organization today who is young, who's just joined you, 24 years of age, what do you think will happen to that employee in 10 to 15 years from now? He or she will be between 35 and 40, in the mid of their career. And trust me, if you haven't invested in making them learn, their skill set would have become redundant in the next 10 to 15 years, totally. They will be out of a job, they'll not be able to find a job. So my submission here would be that the way we are hiring talent today, the onus on us will be as employers to make sure that we are investing in keeping our talent, our people employable in future. Very soon, people, young talent, will not join companies that are not investing enough in keeping them employable and making them learn new skill sets which will help them stay in a good job in 10 years and 15 years from now. So the whole culture of learning to learn. What was happening earlier in 20 years that people with certain skill sets, if they didn't learn, became redundant, it'll start happening in a matter of 3 to 5 years. If you don't learn something new, if you don't learn a new way of doing things, it will all disappear. And your own job will disappear. So it's important that we as employers also invest and make people have that constant desire to learn. The final point I want to make is about working in networks. It is the organization as we understand it today will probably not be existing in 15 years from now. Most organizations will become a network of people. So you might come together, you might have heard the terminology gig workforce that is becoming very common these days, that I need a special task to be done. It's a 3-month project. It requires 10 different skill sets. Some of those skills are in my company. Some I will source from outside. Some will be totally virtual consultants who might not even come to my office ever. And this 10-people team will work together for 3 months, accomplish the task, and disperse again. Now that will be a networked organization. Now think when I was talking about this at another session, and there I was asked a question that, so will skills like emotional intelligence, decision-making skills, communication skills, will they remain important or will they not be important? All those skills will also need to evolve and adapt with this kind of a working environment. You will need to communicating with people, with teams. When you are working with a 10-people team which is dispersed across the globe, you're interacting only virtually, etc., very different communication skills are required. Your decision-making skills based on gut feel and confidence, and that's my sense, versus being able to look at tons of data, great analysis that a machine or an expert is doing for you, and then being able to take a decision on that, is decision-making which is based more on data and insights than on my gut feel and my sense of the business. And that's again going to be very important. That applies equally to people-related decisions that we take as organizations. So again, the point is that as the digital transformation in organizations is going to become bigger and bigger, it will also mean that the way our workforce works together with each other will need to evolve and their skill sets will need to evolve. We as organizations will have the onus of helping enable that. And I'll end on a very, very simple note that people will probably not get redundant, but their skills will get redundant faster than we have ever seen before. The talent needs to live on, but the skills need to be updated almost on a live basis for us to survive in the era of digital transformation. I will just stop there. I think, the point is said, learning and learning to learn and constant learning is what will save the future of our organizations in a digital world. Thank you so much.
We've spoken about the rampant issue of cybersecurity earlier today, but how can we get prepared to safeguard your business? Our next speaker is here to talk you through the process. Hussam Sidani, Regional Manager, Gulf, Symantec.
Guys, this is the moment of silence when somebody receives a catastrophic news about loss of someone, somebody loved, somebody cared about. The brain shuts down. And the brain takes a second to digest what happened. The human race has evolved throughout the founding of the humans to adopt and stand back up, and life goes on. If you haven't witnessed this moment in your professional lives with cybersecurity yet, I'm here to tell you, we need to adopt to such news, such bad news that could happen to our businesses, to our families, to our enterprises within cybersecurity. Why? Because these attackers are evolving day and day and day and day overnight in developing malwares every single day. If you look back historically, in 2009, there were 2.4 million malwares throughout the whole year. In 2016, there's more than 430 million malwares being created. That's an average of 1.2 million malwares every single day. Why is this happening? We all hear a lot about ransomware. So ransomware is something when somebody takes over your device, your business, encrypts it, and asks you for a ransom. In 2016, 40% of victims have paid the ransom. This has evolved into a massive industry that's even more profitable than illegal drug trafficking around the world, and weapons as well. It's much more profitable. And this is why the attackers are going to keep coming and keep coming and keep coming at us. From an SME's perspective, this is some statistics on UAE. I just wanted to give you some context about the targeted attacks that we're seeing in UAE. We're seeing an average attacks of 2.2 organizations are being attacked in UAE. That's ranked number 1 in the Middle East and Africa region, and globally ranked number 8. So many reasons, the good infrastructure we enjoy here in the city of Dubai and Abu Dhabi and UAE. So these are the types of attacks that we are seeing in the UAE. Now someone would say, I'm an SME, I've got 50 people, 100 people. Why would someone come after my business? What is it that they want? They're going to go after banks where the money is. If you want to steal, you go after the banks where the money is. We've done a recent assessment for one of the biggest banks in the region, and it happened that this bank has outsourced their loyalty program to what we call an SME. So if you think about it, when you spend money on your credit card, you accumulate points. And that loyalty program will give you points for you to can spend tickets and giveaways. But that SME had direct connections to the back-end system of a bank. We were able to compromise that SME, infiltrate into the biggest bank, into the core of that banking. So from an SME perspective, it's very important to understand our role and our responsibilities towards the organizations and toward the big ones that we go and service with our businesses. Another myth I'd like to clear, there is nothing called 100% security. No vendor today on the planet has this. I represent Symantec. We are the largest cybersecurity company on the planet in terms of revenue, in terms of market share. There's only 5 governments in the world that have bigger intelligence network than us. And still, no company can do that. So we need to get used to getting cyber resilience. What's the definition of cyber resilience? Is to stand back up. You need to get used to that bad news is going to happen to me. How fast can I recover and stand back up? This is the mentality from an SME, from large enterprises, from governments, that we need to make sure we embed in our businesses on a day-to-day basis. We heard a lot about transformation. Bad news will happen at some point in time. Somebody could be after intellectual property. Somebody could be after financials. And most important is the brand. If you lose that trust with the digital transformation of a shipping company like we heard today, how hard is it to regain that trust of that consumer? It's priceless. So somebody could be attacking a company from a very small scale to ruin their reputation and damage, and eventually their future. So we need to get used to being cyber resilience. The landscape is growing. So getting cyber resilience from getting ready, and SME doesn't have the budgets. I'm sure we're all trying to cut corners in terms of saving costs, increasing our profitability. But the landscape is growing from a cybersecurity point of view. We're all, as SMEs, if you're not on the cloud today, you are going to be on the cloud tomorrow. And I'm sure the majority of SMEs are already today on the cloud. So the attack surface of these attackers is growing even to go after the cloud. So this is what enterprises and small businesses do. They start investing in boxes and firewalls and all that to protect their perimeters, their building, their house. From an SME point of view, you know, you want to push this to the cloud. A lot of these applications, I'm sure you see, are very familiar to you. Probably you're using half of them today. So these new apps are coming up. SMEs, they go and embrace these because they save cost and they save a lot of money and manpower. But what we share on the cloud, if you look at it, one document that goes on the cloud, our research says 26% of these documents are shared across clouds. So the attacker doesn't need to go through your doors or your windows. He can go and attack you right from the cloud if the credentials of a user has been stolen. Simple. Whatever technology that you invest in on-prem today means nothing to this scenario. So what I would like to leave you on today with one word. When we talk about cloud, you lose control. That is the word I'd like you to think out throughout my presentation today. We want the benefits of the cloud to save cost on the expense of control. So imagine all your intellectual property, your confidential data, what keeps your business as an advantage over competition is the data. If you lose control of that, you lost control of your business. Challenges that comes with the cloud, sometimes you have to comply for local regulations, for frauds, for banking. Again, this is the challenge that you use, and you cannot do it because you lose control. So basically, when you talk to enterprises, small or large, do you want to move everything to the cloud? There's a big dilemma here. I will move, okay, emails and Workday, but I cannot move my critical core applications to the cloud. Why? Because they lose control. So we want to keep the benefit of it, and we want to resolve the challenges of that. At the same time, how can we do it? Just to give you a small simulation on an enterprise today, this is what we know in our industry is the control points. This is where your data is. The shipping company, we heard the gentleman talking about every car, every truck, every driver has a machine, an iPad, a PDA that has confidential information on it. So that this is not somehow connected to the empire inside your enterprise. It's on the machine, it's on the truck. And then we are using these cloud applications. So anyone can access these documents from the cloud without going through your enterprise for you to go and have control of who's accessing what. Are you authorized? Have you been cleared to use such confidential information because it's a company asset? As you can see, the picture is here, very complicated. And I'm sure you would all agree with me. We all have Dropbox, Drive. We all put documents here, whether it's personal or business. Once it's there, we lose control as an enterprise and as business owners. So what the industry is looking for today is something what we call as cloud broker, cloud access broker that will look at everything that's going in and out of the cloud, in and out of your control points. So the traffic that goes from the cloud apps needs to go through a broker. You as business owners, you need to inspect it, apply the policies. Have you been authorized? Have validated the person who thinks he's accessing this? And whatever incident is happening in your business also needs to be in that same place. And then we needed to open up an APIs for the industry to go and jump in through that cloud broker. So imagine if you have that cloud access security broker that have all the security controls in one place, catering for your cloud migration, cloud applications, and if you want to keep on-prem applications, you have a single pane of glass where you can control it and keep control. The last thing I would like to tell you about cloud, and that's my final statement, that cloud access security broker is available today with all the APIs that we have for all these cloud applications that we hear of them from Symantec today. And with that, I'd like to thank you.
Our next presentation gets to the absolute core of digital transformation and talks about technology in training. Raheel Iqbal, Managing Partner, Zemid.
Good afternoon, everyone. My session has been the last session. I will not take that long of your time, but I would encourage you to participate in this one, and I'll leave you very early today, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm Raheel Iqbal, and I'm the managing partner at Zemid. And first of all, I would like to thank Gina and the SME advisor team to actually bringing the focus to this topic itself. We have heard digital transformation from the morning, and we have been hearing about in the last 5 years how we are digital transforming our businesses, our operations. But where's the focus? We have seen technologies which have shifted the paradigm. We have seen businesses coming up with different innovative ideas. But who talks about the people behind those transformations? How many of us today talk about that, yes, this technology was thought by that individual, or how that individual has got towards that space? How have we transformed? Why has he transformed? We focus primarily on the delivery or the customer experience we want to change today. But how many of us think that what are we doing to change our employee experience? What are we doing to change our talent perceptions? Fair enough that, yes, we all are SMEs over here who are participating today. I am also from an SME organization. We as management consultants work with a lot of micro, medium, small, and even large conglomerates, helping them understand what's that digital transformation combined see as a space. So what does digital transformation? We have heard a lot of different ideas and explanations and definitions, but to me, is basically breaking that traditional barriers at any given point of time. Today, we might be using Facebook, or we might be using Salesforce, or any of the technology. Going beyond that part would be the digital transformation for tomorrow. So if you go back, we used to use ledgers. Go to Excel, right? Excel to ERPs and so forth. So every time there's a digital transformation, but what's the key 3 fundamental pillars? First, talent. Second comes the strategy, because a talent develops those strategies. And based on that strategy is how you deliver that technology or that service to your customers or to your employees. So basically the foundational being the talent in this aspect to drive sustainable digital growth. As an organization, we have taken these three pillars as the primary foundation of our organization. Talent, strategy, and delivery. And we focus and we strongly believe in these three pillars. Because without either of the three, you cannot have any sustainable growth. And that is the one Da Vinci Code all of us SMEs are been trying to break. How to achieve that sustainable growth. Are we achieving that? We might do something today, but we're not able to sustain it. How would that be called a transformation? Because as our other colleagues mentioned, it's a continuous process. It's a process which happens over a period of time, not for a project, not with a start date, not with an end date. So that's what we want to focus on. And from today's last session, I would want you to take this, that as an SME, I would try to explain you that what are the frameworks and how digital tools can be utilized to attract talent, to develop talent within the organization, and how to even retain them. Some of our challenges within the SME or even at large scale is the acquisition. This is some of the survey conducted by SME Advisor and other major firms. 57 of the employees anticipate changing jobs in the next 6 months in the UAE. And lack of talent development opportunities within an organization comes out as a basic barrier for a talent to join your firm. So I have a question over here. How many of us believe that investing in talent development or talent training is a costly affair and they will leave us once they are trained? Hands. How many of us think that? Do you think that we would spend money and then they will leave out the talent? Yes? No? Do you believe in spending money on your talent? Good. Because there was one conversation with a CFO I was working with, and he said that, Rahil, we are working with you guys and you're telling us to invest in our talent, we want to develop, but what will happen? Our competitors are just eyeing for our people. We will train them and they'll take them. So I said to them, fair enough, yes, that can happen. People will move jobs. But what if they are not trained and they stick with you? What would happen then? You basically, as an organization, if you're stuck with untrained talent, that's a doomed day. You can't be the next Facebook or next Uber for that matter. So next point comes in the development aspect. Talent perceives SMEs that there are lack of opportunities for development, for their personal development. Compared to Unilever, P&G, big names, and you come to a small organization, the first perception of a talent comes, oh, I would not get trained over there. I would just be required to do the work end to end. And what will happen to my personal career? As a good friend from Aeon said that skills will die. We need to make sure that they are employable. So that's one of the biggest challenge SMEs face today in terms of attracting and developing talent. 43% of who state that we will stay with the firm was a primary reason that we want talent development or we want our personal development to be the top priority of our employers. So that comes on the development aspect. But then retention. We have invested a lot of money, brought people into our firm, invested a hell lot of more money on them to get those skills, to remain employable. But how do we retain them? 53% of those who are leaving your firm have said that we do not have progression in our career at our firm. SMEs are small firms. Yes, they might be having 250 people or so, but we still have low hierarchies. We're not Unilevers, we're not P&Gs. I can't have 100 designations in my firm. I can't. That's the problem. But How do I give my people the progression in their career and to make some worthwhile for it? 83% of the workers seeking better training or development opportunities with another employer. So these three key critical challenges range from acquisition, development, and retention. Some of the challenges we fear, and we have some perception, which I need to break today from our presentation. First of all, we understand that it's a very high cost associated to training and development. How many of you agree with that? 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, you also. We agree that it's a high cost. Who do not agree with that? Why? They will bring you return on investment, correct? So it's not a high cost, because we see from an outlay perspective that yes, our spend is there, but what do we get from them? We train them, they give us better productivity, they give us better sales, they give us better operations. Hence, that spending is not calculated in a way it should be. How many of you see training as an administrative job? Do we feel that it's an administrative job that, yes, we want to have HR managers, we want to have training development managers, 2 of them, and they'll just go around and talking to people and training them? Yes, in an organization of a size, it can become administrative, it can become tedious, and it needs a lot of people to ensure that the process is there. But for an SME using digital tools, that can be challenged and that can be resolved. As I mentioned, there is a key dependency on those staff members. We as an SME are small. We have dependency, we are facing that, okay, this person, if he leaves, a lot of disruption to the business will happen. Or how will we ensure that these people will continue working even if someone leaves? So that's the bigger transformation challenge for an SME, to see what about the business continuity if someone leaves. Hence, the actual requirement of developing talent across the layers becomes important. The last thing, are we even committed? I do joke with my staff also. Yes, you need to go and do these trainings, but then at the end I burden them with so much job or work pressure that they're not able to do that. So as SMEs, are we really committed to our employees' skills development, their training development? Those are some of the challenges. Hence, what we understand that traditional, costly learning practices needs to be transformed into smarter choices, into smarter learning frameworks. I think a lot of you would heard about this learning framework, 70-20-10. Classroom training, mentoring, and the on-the-job learning. As per the learning framework, only 10% should be the classroom part, which we feel that is the costly part. Whereas 20% of the framework mentions that you should be mentoring your staff, your existing staff mentoring the new staff, and the staff actually learns 70% on the job while he's doing that. So if you ask yourself the same question, simple learning framework, what would be the cost-effective part? The classroom, on the job, or the mentoring? I'm pretty sure this would become the cost-effective part of your talent development and retention strategy. So coming to the talent transformation of the SMEs, first thing we need to make sure that our learning is governed, it's standardized, so everyone gets to know what everyone others knows. Because a lot of time what happens in SMEs, I will tell you something, the other guy will tell you something, and it's a very informal way of learning. The learning governance is not there, and hence creating problems when you see those institutions growing out. There should be smarter way to deliver that learning to your employees. It cannot be just the same classroom training, same boring, old, archaic process. It needs to be smarter. We have tablets, we have smartphones, we have televisions, we have a lot of technologies to use. Social media is there. Smarter delivery is required. And administration. Effective administration is a key. Because if we just lose them apart and we just tell them, okay, you go and learn yourself, and we don't administrate that part, that is also a challenge for an SME or for any organization for that matter. Hence, the prime objective is to remaking the learning organization to move the business ahead, not backwards. So at the end, it's fix the basics, radically improve it, and stand out. And that's what our SMEs or even the startups are very good at as compared to the larger organizations. So what's the benefits of using such frameworks? Cost saving, definitely. While you use digital technologies, it could be any technology, open technologies, bot technologies, patented technologies, but it helps you lower your training development cost. Real-time interventions. Our traditional approach will tell you that person did not get developed at the end of 3 months. The digital framework will tell you on the 5th day. So you cannot waste your investment. Real-time administration. Today, with analytics, with business intelligence, you are able to focus on the right thing at the right time. So you can know what's going on within the organization's development life cycle and intervene accordingly. Mobility. You don't need to bring everyone in that classroom, as we do not have to bring everyone to this conference. Everyone is watching live on YouTube, on Facebook. So mobility is also the key feature which helps us save cost, helps us save time when developing our talent. Knowledge on demand is no more a book, a folder given out to you to use at that point and then it goes into your drawers. Never. Now it's on demand. I need to know something. I'm at a client meeting. I open my mobile phone. I have the policy right in front of me. I have my product features right in front of me. So it helps us give that benefit of knowledge on demand. What is the outcome of it? First, knowledge retention. It has been proven time on time with using such methodologies, we are able to retain more knowledge because it's available on time. I'm not questioned for remembering the features, but I'm questioned where I can find the features tomorrow. That's the difference in the landscape. I automatically become cost effective because I'm spending on the right time and the right thing. I will still spend money, but it has to be on the right efforts. It significantly reduces our errors. And for SMEs, errors are the largest contribution to our cost, which we don't even see. These are the hidden errors we don't see. It has improved performance, and I will be sharing a case study on how we did that. It is rapid. So today, technologies are being developed by 1,000 technology providers, and you can utilize them. So your investment is purely on the development of your talent, not on development of the technology itself to deliver that. And the last thing, you get actionable insights. What your talent is doing, where your people are, what they're thinking about you, what they're saying about you. How are they being transformed in their careers? Are they progressing? Are they getting the skill sets? Are they not getting the skill sets? And how they're progressing in their business. So everything would definitely come down to the bottom line of the organization. Did I get a profit or not? And hence, actionable insights allow you to do that. So bring to the last point as a case study. Emirates Islamic is an Islamic bank, but it is still considered as an SME because of a small L&D department. It only has 3 people in it, unfortunately. With being a bank, we as SMEs have larger units also. So we help them how to overcome that challenge. They had a futures managers program. where they had to fast track the development of the UE nationals. We were given 18 months to make fresh graduates branch managers. 18 months. They said, we need to do it. We don't have the resources. You help us come and how we can utilize digital transformation. The challenges were, people were resistant to learning. And I can't bring for 18 months those students or participants in a classroom or somewhere to make them branch managers. They will never become that. There's a complete different skill set required for that. There was lack of resources in HR. 3 people can't handle a program for 18 months. What would be they doing for the rest of the 3,000 people? And budgets were always restricted. They don't have the liberty to spend money lavishly on bringing foreign trainers or foreign dignitaries to this. So they were restricted budgets. So solution. We developed an award-winning digital framework. ATD in the US basically gave us an award last year for this digital framework. It was a cost-effective blend of on-job mentoring and the classroom training based on the 70-20 framework. And we completely digitized their administrative process. There was no one going to each individual participant, sitting in each different branches across the UAE. We managed them from a central location through digital services, a complete remote access management, and none of the physical resources were used to maintain that for the 18 months period. Hence, the results, which is very important when it comes to SME. 62% improvement in learning metrics, higher knowledge retention, better job performance, better results at the end of the program. And out of that batch, 40% were selected as becoming branch managers in less than 18 months. So 62% improvement in the learning metrics. 55% reduction in administrative in training costs, while 33% reduction in administrative expenses and resources. So that was the effect of using a simple digital framework customized for that client, which can be utilized by any SME or by any larger organization as per. Help deliver digital transformation for their employees. Last thing, what I would like to share with you is, we always talk about customer experience. We talk about customers, digital transformation for our customers. We need to do new technologies, need new touch points, everything to get customers. But we should now focus back on our employees. What initiatives are we doing for our employees to help make them new technologies, new strategies for our customers? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the end of a very productive day. We'd like to invite our final presenter to conclude the day.
Hello. So with that, we come to a close. But before we leave, while I was sitting there listening to Rahil's presentation, I thought 2 people today deserve a special recognition. And they are Rahil from Zemid and Atif from Al Sharqi Shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a huge round of applause, because these are actual SME owners. They run SMEs and they've come out to share their stories. I think it takes great courage to come out on a stage like this and talk about the good and the bad. And thank you guys for choosing SME Advisor as a platform to share your story. I promise we're going to continue giving SMEs a chance to showcase their stories through our platforms, our channels. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Thank you for participating through Voxvote and asking your questions. I think we've had about 120 questions come in today. So thank you. We will be getting in touch with you within 48 hours, not after 48 hours, just clarifying. And a lot of the questions were about presentations. We will be sending out presentations as well to everyone that attended, so you will have them very shortly. For any other questions, you know us, come find us, talk to us. I hope you've had a productive day. Thank you all for joining us and have a great evening.